Mesdames et messieurs, les équipes de Puerto Rico et des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Señoras y señores, los equipos de Puerto Rico y los Estados Unidos de América.
The teams from Puerto Rico and United States of America. L'entraîneur de Puerto Rico.
Los entrenadores de Puerto Rico.
The coach.
Héctor Pérez.
Et son assistant.
Y assistant coach Félix Porras.
Et pour les États-Unis d'Amérique.
Los entrenadores de los Estados Unidos de América.
Coach for United States, Ron Likens. Et son assistant. His assistant, John Sikora.
Spectacular day on Lake Ontario under the shadow of the CN Tower. And a great day for wheelchair basketball at the old Maple Leaf Gardens, now the Ryerson Athletic Center, home of wheelchair basketball at the Parapan Games here in 2015. My name is Rob Snook alongside Marnie Abbott-Peter, three-time Paralympic gold medalist, getting set for Team USA against Team Puerto Rico. And the Puerto Rican fans are here, American fans are here, and we're here, Marnie. What's your assessment of this one?
We'll look to see some quick action, I think, coming out in the first quarter. It'll be interesting to see these two teams scouted each other yesterday, so we'll see what strategies the coaches have come up with in order to be successful today.
USA's first game was an impressive 70-42 win over Colombia, a lot bigger margin than we expected. Colombians a good squad. The Puerto Ricans' opening effort was a 114-40 loss against Brazil, and maybe a bit bigger score than we expected there as well. So they'll be looking to prove that they belong in this one. And a rivalry between these two teams. USA always seems to be around the medal podium. Silver at last year's World Championships. Bronze at the last Paralympic Games in 2012, and the reigning Parapan Am Games gold medalists from 4 years ago in Guadalajara. More than that happening today. We've got Peru and USA on the women's side, and then we've got the host country, Canada, against Mexico, and a rematch of the bronze medal game, the semifinal game, make it 4 years ago at the in Guadalajara at the Parapan Ams. The U.S. team doesn't bring a ton of height, Marnie, but they bring some other real interesting and impressive intangibles to the table, don't they?
Certainly they have a lot of speed and agility. Their chair skills are very, very good. They're coming off a fantastic performance shooting yesterday. They shot well over 60% from the field, which is an incredibly good stat. So they'll be looking to repeat that today, I'm sure.
This may be a little overused term, but they seem to have a lot of basketball IQ.
They do, and many of these players have come through the U.S. college system and through the junior system, which is a really great long-term athlete development pathway that they have there in the USA. And so they've been most of these guys have been playing basketball since they're quite young and have come up through the junior ranks, through the NWBA, and are now playing at this high-performance level.
Trevon Jennifer, one of the Americans who played on the bronze medal team from London. 3 years ago. Here you see the Group A standings. Brazil has already played twice, so they're in top spot. USA will hope to join them. Puerto Rico will look for its first win of the tournament. And the folks in charge of this one, Quintana, Bellion, and Goche, representing Argentina, Brazil, and Canada. Head coach of the U.S., Ron Likens. His assistants, John Sikora and Rob Taylor. And in fact, the head coach of Puerto Rico is Hector Perez. He's one of the players on the Puerto Rican team, number 9. His assistants are Felix Poros and Carlos Soto. Soto's also a player. So they are utilizing double duty there.
It'll be interesting. It's a very tough job being a player coach. I've tried it myself, Rob, and really difficult to see what's going on the floor, be able to call those timeouts and those subs, and we'll see how it works out for Perez today.
Slight correction, it's 11 Hector Perez, not 9 Orlando Perez, who's the head coach. So Hector Perez will be doing double duty, and as Marnie mentioned, not easy to accomplish.
Coach Likens for the USA has been around the U.S. national team, both men and women's programs, for many years. He's got a lot of experience at the international level and also the domestic level in the U.S.
Starting 5 for Team USA will be Pei, Bell, Serio, Gilbert, and Gouge. And Peña, Calderon, Perez, as well as Martinez, and the other Perez, looks like here for, I beg your pardon, that's Ocasio. Starting lineup for Puerto Rico. We're underway. USA with the ball. USA in white underneath, trying to get it through to Brian Bell. Back on the outside, Mikey Pei. Serio, who was dynamite yesterday in the American win over Colombia. Underneath for Bell, off the glass. First points to the U.S.
U.S. is pressuring here, full court. They're going to look to try and cause Puerto Rico some trouble getting that ball across and starting their attack in the offensive end.
And it's working already.
So just good defense there caused the Puerto Rican player to go out of bounds and cause the turnover.
Steve Serio had 18 points and 7 assists yesterday, leading the U.S. team. Underneath for Bell again, off the glass again, and it's 4-0 U.S.
So same play as that last bucket, Rob. The U.S. is running a little pick and roll on that offside there with Brian Bell and Steve Serio. Very tough to guard. They know they have to jump the shooter the way Steve shot yesterday, and when they do that, that leaves an opening there for Brian Bell to set a pick and then roll to the basket.
Again, great pressure by the U.S., and again, Bell has it. Nice save. And Serio gobbles up the ball, and he'll slow things down for the U.S. And we've got a player down in the key, and Aaron Gouge gets help from one of the Puerto Rican players. Still 15 seconds on the shot clock for the U.S. Good communication there. Serio again for the U.S. Baseline. Back for Pei. No look pass for Gouge. Takes his time off the glass, and nothing but net after that.
This is what we saw from the U.S. offense yesterday. Great patience.
Fast break. Martinez with the first bucket for Puerto Rico.
Great transition for Puerto Rico, getting out early. They know that U.S. pressure is coming. The faster they can get out and get over the half court, the better off they're going to be in this game.
Steve Serio gives for Pei. Serio, the two-time Paralympian for the U.S., kind of quarterbacks the offense. Gilbert heads towards the baseline. And sends one up and sends one in.
Great screen there by Brian Bell, giving him that open look at the hoop. Here's that U.S. defense trying to shut down the Puerto Rican attack.
Carlos Martinez. Manuel Peña. Martinez again. Great defense by Bell. And the ball off an American, so back to Puerto Rico it goes. Carlos Ocasio. Peña. Ocasio, 7 on the shot clock. 3-2 on the shot clock. Puts it up and in. And big smiles for Ocasio.
Tough shot there, right on the buzzer, and really good form and follow through. Allowed that basket to just drop through the hoop.
Serio, clean path to the hoop. Off the glass and in. Makes it look so easy.
That transition is going to be difficult if players aren't right on top of things in transitioning from offense to defense.
Another steal for Serio. Gooch, one-touch pass for Bell. Beautiful.
Great communication by the U.S. team there on the defense and switching right over to offense once they stole that ball. I think Puerto Rico's going to look to call a timeout and try and regroup and try and figure out how to break that press.
They were trying to call a timeout. The referee said no.
So in FIBA rules, the players can't actually call a timeout. It has to go through the score table, so the coach would have to call a timeout from the bench. Once there's a dead ball, then the team will be able to get a timeout. A little bit different from NC2A or NWB or NBA rules, where a player who has the ball could call a timeout.
Miscommunication there, and now they're trying to get it sorted out. Diaz.
When the players hit them, we'll be able to recover on that. Okay? We'll be able to recover on that. All right, we're good. Hey, we didn't circle back on the one. All right, we gave that up. But boys, defense was good. Don't bail that guy out. He made a throw. We're okay. Offense needs to go. We're okay. So we got to do it. All right? Hey, it's going to be our position.
Now, if you're the Puerto Rican side, what are you looking at here?
They're going to look to spread out a little bit, maybe try and cross and create some better picking angles and passing angles. And the U.S. team was just regrouping on that fast break they gave up. They're going to want to be able to rotate back and make sure someone has balance at all times.
Full shot clock now. Serio and the U.S. already leading 12-4. Mikey Pay puts it up and in.
Again, great patience from the U.S. offense. We saw a lot of that yesterday, and it's looking like the same thing today. It's an offensive call there for the Puerto Rican team. They're trying to pick, which is what they need to do in order to break the press, but they have to make sure they have good chair position while they're doing that.
Already a 10-point U.S. lead. John Gilbert. On the foul line, doesn't shoot. Sends it to Serio. Always looking for a passing option. Goes to Pay. Bounce pass for Gilbert. And dynamite shooting continues from the U.S. And there they get a point from Gilbert. Great pressure again by the U.S. And now a steal for Serio.
So Puerto Rico has the right idea there on that press break. They're looking to get someone over center early and try and get the ball up. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out there, but that adjustment might help them going forward.
USA and Serio. Mikey Pay, and he is just money from out there. Make it look so easy, but Marnie, it's so hard to shoot from there in the chair, isn't it?
It is a little bit more difficult. That elbow shot is really a favorite spot for Mikey Pay. Puerto Rico doing a good job of breaking the press here.
Can't finish off. And back comes the U.S. on the fast break. Bell. And he was trying to take the return pass from Pay, couldn't. And it's Puerto Rico ball. Casio, Calderon. Still lots of time on the shot clock. Martinez.
You can see the U.S. defense is going to give up that outside shot until Puerto Rico starts making a doubt. They will jump out onto that shooter and give the opportunity for the pick and roll.
Gouge fakes. Serio. Lots of time. Pay. Gouge, they continue to move it around, and rebounded by Martinez. Martinez got a great look, sporting those glasses, and then the Puerto Ricans finish off with a great shot by Calderon.
Great quick release there by Calderon, knowing the defense was right on top of him. He caught and got that shot off quickly.
12-point lead, USA. Gouge. Pay. Short. And a long pass. Ocasio does well to come up with it. Perez behind the back. Martinez. Diaz can't shoot.
Just 7 seconds on the shot clock. Puerto Rico's going to want to look to get to one of their shooters.
Calderon. Awkward angle. And misses the rim. Timeout being called by the U.S. Americans leading 18-6. Just under 4 minutes to go here in the opening quarter.
We've had really good ball movement, let's continue that. But then once we get down to about 7, then we can start looking at the outside.
Hey, we got a back pick. We're not making, we got a back pick.
Keep looking for us. Hey, we got to make sure we're not talking out here so that long pass now to catch us by the line. Stay in the game, boys. Stay in the game. 0-0 right now.
What'd you hear?
I think Coach Likens is advising his team to keep passing the ball on offense, maybe wait till the shot clock's around 7 or 8 and then look to take a shot. He's also discussing the fact that they need to rotate back on defense. He doesn't want to see them giving up those fast breaks.
No mire la bola, quédate conmigo ahí.
Two-way matchup between USA and Puerto Rico. Second game of the tournament for both teams. Americans looking to go 2-0. Puerto Rico looking to get back to square record of 1-1.
We got a pretty good crowd here this afternoon too. We got some American fans and see a couple of flags from Puerto Rico in the crowd as well. It's great to see the fans supporting their teams.
About an hour, 20 minutes or so from the U.S. border around Buffalo. Very drivable distance, that's for sure. Gilbert for the U.S. Pay, Gilbert, foul line, underneath for Bell. One-hand catch, back to Pay. Serio, Bell underneath. And well executed again.
Really good patience by the U.S. offense there, and You can see that moving the ball around really makes it tough on the Puerto Rican defense to try and get a stop.
Ocasio. Dangerously close to that center line. Nice effort by Orlando Perez. Not quite there. Hay. And loses the handle.
He was looking to pass it back there, but his teammate wasn't quite ready for a pass. Mikey Pay actually was raised in Detroit, Michigan, actually not too far from here, and played some of his junior basketball there as well.
Calderon. Under all kinds of pressure from Serio. Jose Calderon had 17 points yesterday against Brazil. Puts it up. Still had 5 on the shot clock. Brian Bell for the U.S. A little head nod for Serio. Sends it across to him. Back inside and underneath for Bell.
Bell's doing a great job working without the ball and slashing to the key and getting to those open spots in the low block.
Calderon trying to use the whole court here. Getting down towards the left baseline, back up to the top. Martinez, 5 on the shot clock, puts it up. And rebounded by the U.S. Serio, quick little toss ahead for Gilbert. And foul call on Martinez.
Martinez didn't quite have chair position there. You could see his foot plate go into the wheels of the U.S. player, and it's definitely a foul.
Under 2 minutes to go, opening quarter. Pool A matchup, USA in white, Puerto Rico in red. John Gilbert about to inbound, the 28-year-old from Fairfax, Missouri. Underneath, Gouge. And rebounded by Martinez. Puerto Rico looking to kind of turn things around a little bit here.
Yeah, the U.S. has pulled off their full court pressure, so they're able to get it up to the front court, although they're picking them up right at the three-point line, and there's not too much going on their offense at the moment.
Long
traveling call there. Sometimes, Rob, turns count as pushes, and it's not always as obvious as if you're just wheeling forward, but turning back and forth, as the player did there, could constitute a traveling violation.
So if you have the ball in your hand or in your lap, you can only push twice. So if you turn twice, essentially that's 2 pushes.
Definitely, yeah.
And the U.S. just continues to hit from outside and inside.
John Gilbert's just having a phenomenal first quarter here. He's doing a great job of scoring those little screenshots from about 10 or 15 feet out, and it's really great when you can get contributions from all parts of your offense.
And Puerto Rico comes right back. Carlos Pijuan, his first bucket of the game. Serio, who plays professionally in Germany. Gilbert. Under pressure, try to make a pass through for Mikey Pay, couldn't do it. Calderon. Into the key, Calderon. And couldn't get the roll, fights for the ball. And it's called on the jump, and the arrow pointing.
Puerto Rico will get possession here with 14 seconds on the shot clock and an opportunity to try and score.
Too much glare on the arrow, I couldn't see it. It's camouflaged.
Kind of blends in with all those volunteer shirts over there.
It does. 22-8 USA. Puerto Rico trying to mount a bit of a charge here in the final seconds of the opening quarter. Juan Diaz. And they get their own rebound, and Calderon puts it in.
Great job by Calderon, recognizing that the shot clock wasn't reset as that first shot didn't hit the rim.
And buzzer beater attempt by Serio is off the mark, but the U.S. still leads by a dozen after the opening quarter.
Really good first quarter by both teams here. I think Puerto Rico made some great adjustments in terms of their press break and being a bit more successful.
(22-10). USA leads Puerto Rico after one quarter. Brian Bell got things really started for the U.S. And then John Gilbert, a one-point player, but scoring more than 1 point in that quarter. Serio, great passing as well by the U.S. Brian Bell with a couple of underneaths and off the glass and in.
Again, the U.S. team has come out strong. They're shooting 69% from the field, which is an outstanding shooting percentage in wheelchair basketball, and it really bodes well for them as the tournament goes on.
That's your priority, right? Hey, offensively, I want to go inside. Do not fall in love with that outside shot. It'll be there inside. I want to see Josh get inside. I want to see Nate. You guys split the court so we're not on the same side. You saw what happened when you go pass, skip pass, ball reversal. They start moving. We start White ball. Let's go, boys. Ready? 1, 2, 3. USA. Hey, keep the hot hand. Johnny Huevos.
Coach Lakins had to be happy with the opening quarter, I would think, in most part.
Definitely, yeah. He's talking a little bit more now about getting inside. He's got a whole new squad out here to start the second quarter. Wants to see the big guys slashing and trying to get in the paint, trying to score inside.
Gilbert will stay in for the U.S. Otherwise, we've got Jared Arambula, who had a great game yesterday against Colombia. Nate Hines is back in the lineup. Josh Turek and Trevon Jennifer. He's got the ball now, cutting into the key underneath, trying to go to Hines. Broken up by Puerto Rico. And Calderon, stolen by Arambula.
Great anticipation there on the defense to steal that pass.
And then the foul, and Arambula is going to go to the line. You really liked his game yesterday against Colombia, and he's starting out again like that.
I thought he had a great game yesterday, and he's one of the younger players on the squad, but he's really looking like an experienced and a talented player out there, making very smart decisions and really creating havoc on both offense and defense in terms of his ability to move his chair. He's very quick and agile.
He's a Hoosier from Valparaiso, Indiana, where they have basketball, I think, in their veins.
Probably, yeah.
USA lead 23-10 now. And again, the great pressure. Calderon fighting through it. Gets it ahead. And Solo underneath. Calderon, great action under the basket. Fights, and eventually Nate Hines, who's taller, comes up with the ball.
Oh, there's a lot of contact in there, but that was a great pick underneath there by Pajan to allow Calderon to get in there for that shot.
Arambula rolling in off the glass. And another bucket for the U.S.
U.S. pressuring full court again here.
P1 looking for his second basket of the game. Hines fights off Martinez. Arambula. And tosses underneath, but it's a traveling call against the U.S.
One too many turns again there when you're carrying the ball. U.S. is still putting a little bit of pressure on up full court.
USA's Josh Turek will inbound. In fact, it'll be Puerto Rico inbounding, beg your pardon. Soto. Calderon. Trying to stay in bounds, but he can't do it.
Just got that one wheel out of bounds there, and that's going to cause a turnover.
Gilbert. 8 points already in the game for John Gilbert. Anytime you get that out of a 1-point classification player, you're doing well. Trevon Jennifer throws it up for Turek. He is fouled and will go to the line.
So just as in the stand-up game, Rob, you can't hit a person who's shooting on the elbow or the hand. You'll definitely be called on a shooting foul for that. And you can see there's quite a bit of contact, both up where the shooting's taking place and also down with the chairs there.
Get ball, and that's all you can get.
That's right.
Flawless by Josh Turek, the Paralympian in London in 2012. Playing these days in France, his professional wheelchair basketball. And another swoosh on the left-handed free throw. And another turnover by Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico's doing a good job of getting their players out now. Now we just got to make sure they get the ball out there as well.
Jared Arambula, University of Alabama graduate. And again, he's called in the travel. So twice now he's spun around and they've called him on the travel.
Yeah, he's just taking one too many pushes there, unfortunately. There's a foul on Josh Turek. Once again, not quite having that chair position that's required to have good defensive position, to have your big wheel in front of the other offensive player.
17-point lead USA. Puerto Rico with time to work here on the shot clock. They can get someone in position. Martinez trying to use the screen. Calderon chipped away. Now not much time underneath. Martinez, and that one's in.
A bit of a broken play there that worked out well for Puerto Rico, and Martinez is able to finish the layup.
Nice play by Turek to get open and stay unhindered. Jarambula, oh! Off the top of the backboard and in.
The Puerto Rican players are wondering if that was out of bounds, but that's legal for the ball to touch the top there.
Arambula saying, what? I do that at the gym every day. And now a steal for Jared Arambula. And here comes an easy fast break attempt for Turek. And takes his time, lays it in.
Great outlet pass there, really good recognition and transition that the US is able to get out and get a nice, easy open layup.
And the steal and by Jennifer, and then the foul on Puerto Rico's Soto. Trevon Jennifer drew that foul. U.S. doing a lot to just try to frustrate Jose Calderon. Jennifer. Turek.
Great job by the U.S. recognizing that mismatch in the low block. Turek a little bit taller than the defender, and they're able to get the ball in, and he gets a nice, easy post-up shot on the baseline. Puerto Rico still having a tough time with that pressure with the U.S. defense. We got a player down on the sideline, so coach is going to help pick him up, get him up off the floor. You can see the U.S. player has good chair position there. There's no foul.
Carlos Soto, player down for Puerto Rico. And quickly the U.S. back on offense. Arambula. Almost picked off, but Jennifer has it back. Trevon Jennifer. Gilbert. Arambula. He's got a bit of a screen off the glass. And here comes the fast break. Martinez for Puerto Rico. Off the glass and in. A chance for a three-point play.
Martinez leaked out early on that defensive play and was able to get a fast break. And luckily, Puerto Rico got the rebound and got it up to him quick. He finished the layup and got fouled.
Carlos Martinez, 29-year-old. He's looked pretty impressive so far in this one.
He's really playing very intense and looking to get out early and try and stretch out that U.S. defense.
And the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar glasses don't hurt.
You like that, don't you?
Turek, well, that one won't count. The USA ball, leading 33-14. Just over 5.5 minutes to go in the first half. Substitution for Puerto Rico. Ocasio coming in. And Soto heading out. So interesting, you have a 1-point player going out and a 2-point player coming in. So Puerto Rico wasn't using its full points that they could use. Turek. And Turek uses that left hand to put it off the glass and in.
Yeah, Puerto Rico actually doesn't have any 4.5 players on their roster, so they do have a lot of different options for lineups, certainly.
Vasquez took the pass from Calderon and drops it in.
So you can see that height and classification mismatch. Real tough matchup for Gilbert to try and defend that. And Vasquez does a good job of finishing the layup there.
Arambula. Hines. Rebounded by Puerto Rico. Under 5 to go, second quarter. Ocasio. Kermit Vasquez. Calderon. Underneath for P1.
P1 doing a great job for Puerto Rico, picking and trying to create opportunities for his teammates, and allowed himself to roll into the basket there as well.
Hines uses his height advantage, and eventually it falls. Timeout call here, and Team USA out front 35-16 on Puerto Rico in the second quarter. Quite a debate going on here with the official and Ocasio of Puerto Rico. And now it's inbounded. Martinez. Guarded by Hines. And again, Puerto Rico out of bounds.
Just had his wheel on the out of bounds line. Good defense there by Nate Hines. Now they're calling a timeout. I think they were waiting for that in the last play, but we got a timeout by the USA here.
doing a nice job spreading the offense around again. Turek and Gilbert each with 8 points. Arambula with 5. And then 5 more players each with at least a basket. U.S. played yesterday a close game against Colombia after the opening quarter, and then they really opened it up and won by 28. Rico's opening matchup was that big loss against Brazil. A lot bigger than many folks thought it might be.
Brazil's really, their men's team has really showed up this week. They really have a point to prove and been playing awesome in their first couple of games.
Now 2-0 in the tournament. Josh Turek, one of the 5 London Paralympians. Nate Hines was another one. U.S. only with 5 players on this team that played on the bronze medal team from the London Paralympics. Jared Arambula, 25-year-old, plays for the Dallas Wheelchair Mavericks. Underneath for Hines. Hines off the glass and in again. 4 points for Nate Hines.
The U.S. is really finding some space in that low block, and their big guys have been able to get down there and post up against the shorter Puerto Rican defenders.
Turnover by Puerto Rico again. Turek feeds Arambula. 2.5 player. Really versatile player, but there he gets stripped of the ball by Calderon. And here comes the fast break layup attempt.
Great play by Calderon there. Good recognition. He take the ball off of Jared Arambula and break for the layup.
Arambula felt like he kind of laid off as well a bit there, like he didn't want to risk getting a foul.
I think he realized he was beat, and there's no point in trying to foul there. And also, in wheelchair basketball, we have what's called the clear path rule. So if he had tried to foul Calderon as he was going straight to the hoop with no one else between him and the basket, it could constitute a technical foul as well.
Gonna meet Vasquez. Calderon. Jennifer almost got to it. Just 2 seconds, puts it up. And rebounded by Trevon Jennifer. Arambula. Gilbert. Arambula. Turek. Now Hines rolls in. And Nate Hines just uses his size to put it in before tumbling to the hardwood.
Tough shot there, and Nate Hines tilts up in order to give himself position to try and put that ball in the hoop.
Another turnover by the U.S. Hines uses his height advantage to beat the Puerto Ricans down low. U.S. pressure is just stifling here. Vasquez underneath. And rebounded by Arambula. Vasquez a little short. Arambula. Hines. Yep.
Again, in that low block, USA is able to pick and seal and to help their big players get in that post-up position down low and get those nice, easy buckets.
Final minute, first half, 29-point lead for the U.S. Martinez, Puerto Rico. And Calderon tried to take that pass, but Hines just with the height advantage.
So, yeah, Nate Hines gambling a bit there, playing in front.
And Jennifer with a beauty. Calderon. Martinez, and batted away. Nice job by the U.S. to keep it in. Dying seconds now, opening half.
We got a foul on Calderon there. He just got a bit of the arm trying to steal that ball.
Second foul for Calderon.
Looks like the U.S. will have a couple of foul shots now. They're in the bonus situation, so.
So you're allowed 4 fouls per quarter, right? Once you get beyond that.
Yeah, on the 5th you'd be shooting, so you get 2 free throws.
Even if they're not in the act of shooting when the foul was committed.
That's right.
Just like we saw here at the Pan Am Games in FIBA basketball.
Very similar rules. The only rules that are a little bit different in wheelchair is the traveling rule, which we talked about, the 2 pushes, and what's called a physical advantage rule, which means a player needs to keep their bottom on the seat of their chair and their feet on their footrest. And you can see a lot of these players use strapping, so it's extremely difficult to do that. You're not allowed to jump your chair, so some players are actually able to hop their chair, but all 4 wheels are not allowed to come off the ground when you have the ball in your possession.
And I've never seen anyone do that either.
You might have seen Pat Anderson do it a few times.
Opening half is done. Team USA is well in control, leading 51-18 over Puerto Rico. Opening half started with the U.S. Serio feeding Bell, and happened a couple times. Brian Bell was dynamite, taking passes, one-handed, and all about Brian Bell there in the early stages. Then he got some help from John Gilbert, and Gilbert would wind up with 8 points in the opening half. Great defense by the U.S. as well. Jose Calderon stymied. U.S. defense just continued throughout that opening half to pressure Puerto Rico. Arambula finally stripped of the ball, and Calderon managed to get 6 in the half. He got some help from Carlos Pijuan and Carlos Martinez, who had 6 points in the half. So some good shooting by Puerto Rico, but make no mistake, the opening half belonged to USA. They lead 51-18.
So if you do, it's time to bring out the slingshot here by Joe Rachel. But we go to the loudest section here in the building to see exactly who won one of these basketballs. You like this section here? 1, 2, 3. Let's go, let's go. How about over here?
Ryerson Athletic Center, the home of wheelchair basketball throughout the Parapan Am Games. Preliminary Group A action today. USA and Puerto Rico. The U.S. team, the reigning Parapan Am champions from 4 years ago in Guadalajara. In fact, the two-time reigning Parapan Am champions. They also won in Rio de Janeiro in 2007. They were silver medalists in 2003 and had also won gold when the Parapan Am Games were held in Mexico City in 1999. This is kind of new territory for Puerto Rico. They have not made the World Championships or London Paralympics in recent years, the Paralympics in recent years, and did not qualify for Parapan Ams in 2011. So good for them to be here. They've got some solid players that looks like to build around. Marnie?
Definitely, it looks like their program is developing and improving, and they have a couple of younger players that are probably will be looking to see more of in the future.
Second half is underway. Puerto Rico in red, USA in white. P1 passes for Maldonado. Haven't seen him much. Ocasio off the glass, and the first bucket of the second half belongs to Puerto Rico.
We see Matt Scott now in the game for the first time for the USA, along with Jermel Penny and Jake Williams, Mikey Pay, and Steve Serio.
And Mikey Pay is money from out there. Carlos Pijuan taking the role of point guard here. Martinez, 10 on the shot clock. Pijuan underneath, Calderon spins.
There's some great balance and agility there by Calderon to maintain his upright position, flying through the key, trying to catch that ball.
Serio and Williams, Jake Williams is in the lineup now for the U.S. Scott, nice steal there by Martinez, sends Puerto Rico ahead. Here's Calderon, and Calderon can't get it to drop, but rebounded by Puerto Rico and can't capitalize. Pijuan had to roll away. Serio takes the pass from Williams and does it himself, but can't finish. Scott. U.S. firing blanks here on this drive.
I think Steve Serio might have got tapped on the elbow there a little bit on that shot and really altered the outcome of it. Referee didn't happen to see that, though.
Ocasio slashing in underneath and can't get the bounce.
U.S. trying to pick up the pace again here. They want to look to have that quick transition, get up the floor and look for that open player.
Williams. The U.S. has shown us so many different lineups that have been effective for them.
They're really quite deep in their bench, which is a real great thing for a coach to have, to be able to look down the bench and be able to put in, you know, any one of those 10 players that might be, or sorry, 7 players that might be sitting there at any time.
And a turnover. USA will take advantage of it.
U.S. pressuring full court again, looking to control the pace and the tempo of this game.
Penny. And miscommunication there. And Calderon has it for Puerto Rico. Calderon is fouled, and he'll go to the line. Better start, that's for sure, for Puerto Rico here.
They look like they come out with some energy for sure. They're looking to pick and cross a little bit more. Try and get a few more of those easier baskets in the paint. Calderon doing a good job to get to the line here for 2.
Hey, space on that one out.
Calderon trying to cut into the U.S. lead. And that one did everything but drop in.
Out here by yourself.
Referee doesn't like the way they're lined up here.
Sometimes the chairs with the bigger camber have a hard time fitting into those blocks when you line up for the foul shots.
Serio marches the U.S. right back down, and an easy layup.
Just a speed and a little cross at center court, and Steve Serio is wide open for an uncontested layup.
Carlos Soto, the 24-year-old for Puerto Rico, spins away from Penny. Martinez. Soto slashes in, and the foul called here on the offense.
On Soto, he didn't have quite control of his chair going into the key there. The U.S. defenders were stopped and maintained great chair position, and therefore it's an offensive foul.
Mikey Pay, very accomplished player for the U.S. Takes the pass from Serio and does that.
That shot from the elbow for Mikey Pay, he must do that 200 times a day. He's very successful from that area of the court. Both him and Steve Serio love that shot from the elbow, and they seem to be getting those looks today.
Ocasio underneath, Calderon trying to get position and puts it in.
Calderon is playing big today. He's playing well above his 3.5 classification. He's been able to fight inside and really be tough in there.
Serio, USA, across for Williams. Puts it up and in.
Little screen there by Jamel Penny allows Williams to get a nice open look from the 45.
Just over 5 to go, third quarter. Soto underneath Calderon, but he's battled off this time. Back come the U.S. Serio. Hey. Penny. Williams. 5 on the shot clock. And foul call here against Puerto Rico.
Great hustle by Calderon, fighting for that loose ball, really not trying to give anything up, but unfortunately didn't have control of his chair on that one.
Non-shooting foul. Jermel Penny, 38-year-old from the Dallas Wheelchair Mavericks. Williams underneath for Pay. And the circus shot by Pay.
A little pump fake and then the underhand scoop, really successful underneath the basket there. Josh Turk is in the game for the U.S. now. That'll be an offensive foul on Puerto Rico. Trying to go through a lane where there's no space. Fortunately, Casio ended up on the floor, and it looks like he may have hurt himself.
Favoring his wrist a little bit, getting some medical treatment. Carlos Ocasio, 34-year-old for the Puerto Rican team, is going to head off. Into the game comes Hector Perez. Just over 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. Puerto Rico has certainly come out with a lot more energy here in the quarter. But still, it's tough to score against this stifling American defense.
Americans very disciplined, have very good chair position, causing the turnovers. Now we get a timeout here, a little break.
USA lead is 40 here in the third quarter, 63-23 over Puerto Rico. Let's listen now in, if we can, to the timeout with the U.S. head coach Ron Likens.
Javierito, tú estás en el medio. Si te la pasas para atrás, ve el pick and roll ese. Te vas a salir.
Anything jump out there for you, Marnie?
U.S. is still maintaining that great field goal percentage, shooting over 70% from the field. It's very difficult for teams to defend that. I mean, you have no opportunity for rebounding or anything. It's very impressive.
Back come the U.S. Turek. And a steal by Sato in Puerto Rico. Martinez. They'll start the Puerto Ricans the other way. Guarded by Williams and batted out by Williams, but it'll still be Puerto Rico ball.
One of the things you'll notice with the U.S. defense is the players are quite disciplined in terms of reaching for the ball. They make sure they stop the chair first. And once that chair is stopped, then they'll try and make a play on the ball. Very effective.
Calderon. Around and around she goes, and finally it drops in. Wow. Could plan that all day long, Marty.
That's right. Calderon with 11 points now, doing a great job trying to keep his team in the game.
And then Mikey Pay comes right back the other way and does that.
Mikey Pay shoots a very high percentage from that range and really anywhere around that arc.
Calderon again. Couldn't get it to bounce this time. In for the rebound, Martinez. And tries under all kinds of pressure, but he's fouled.
Got to give credit to this team. This Puerto Rican team has really shown some energy. They're battling hard. They're not giving up or getting frustrated by the score. They're just continuing to try and execute their game plan and see if they can close the gap a little bit.
Under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Puerto Rico's hit 26 now. The margin in this quarter, only 6 points for the U.S., so much better quarter for Puerto Rico. Penny. Pay. And good recovery, but over and back. The call against the U.S.
Just a little miscommunication there. I think the U.S. is really trying to pass the ball, move it around the arc out there, use a bit more of the shot clock. Just missed out on that pass there.
Soto, Puerto Rico, still with time on the clock. Gonna cut into the paint. Great defense continues for the U.S. Martinez, 5 on the shot clock from the baseline, hits it.
Martinez, recognizing the shot clock was down, got out behind that screen and allowed him to get some space there to get a good shot off.
Jermel Penny underneath for Mikey Pay, and just under too much stress and traffic. Martinez, baseball pass to Calderon. Using the one hand. 6-5 on the shot clock, underneath. And Soto can't drop it in, and here comes Turek. Rolls it in, makes it look easy.
The U.S. in that quick transition game, they get out early, create that space, and get that rebound and get the ball up the floor quickly for those easy layups.
Calderon fighting his way in, and that's 13 points for Jose Calderon.
So you'll see the U.S. back picking here, Rob. They've got one of the Puerto Rican players pinned in the backcourt. You'll see Mikey Pay trying to keep him out of the play. We call this back picking, and it'll create an opportunity offensively with one of the defenders out.
So then Mikey Pay's job is to quickly get up the court and beat that player so that he can create a 5-on-4.
That's right, and then the defense may rotate over. They want to get the ball to that open player to wherever they don't have a defender.
Turek hits. So many weapons on the U.S. side.
Yeah, the shooting has just been outstanding for this U.S. team. Really impressive.
Calderon from the foul line off the mark.
I think he rushed that a little bit more. He had a little bit more time there. He might have wanted to take it before I get that shot off.
Turek spins and off the hands of Calderon.
The U.S. did have a numbers advantage on that attack, but chose to pull it out. They want to use the shot clock, maybe not run up the score too much here.
All the teams make the quarterfinals on the men's side, but you don't want to let off the gas really at any point in the tournament, but you don't want to embarrass the other team.
No, definitely. I mean, you want to play hard and show them the respect that they deserve for being here and playing at this level and in this tournament. And these teams know what to expect, and they appreciate the fact that they're playing hard and with intensity for sure.
Final seconds, third quarter, USA in control. Jermel Penny will inbound underneath for Turek, who took advantage of the fact the Puerto Rican didn't know it was coming.
Turek had position inside there on the baseline. It was a great pass from the sidelines for that score.
And so after 3 quarters of play, the U.S. continues to roll, leading 71-30 over Puerto Rico. Team USA looking to improve to 2-0 in the tournament, leading Puerto Rico 71-30 with the fourth quarter on its way. U.S. team has spread the scoring around again in this one. 10 different players have scored points. Josh Turek has 16, Mikey Pompey and Nate Hines each have a dozen.
U.S. still shooting a blistering 71% from the field. That's just an outstanding stat. Puerto Rico is actually not doing too badly, shooting 42% and actually got a few more shots off there in the third quarter, so I'm sure they'll be happy with that performance.
USA's next opponent will be Brazil tomorrow. Puerto Rico's next opponent will be Colombia tomorrow. Jermel Penny inbounds for Jared Arambula. Different looking lineup again for the U.S. They continue to show all kinds of different looks. Fourth quarter underway. Puerto Rico in red, USA in white. Ocasio under pressure from Matt Scott. Soto, Carlos Soto, and a steal by Scott. Back come the U.S. Arambula. And just like clockwork, Turek comes in and he's got 18 points.
Great court vision by the U.S. team, just spreading the court and attacking and allowing that open seam, and the player Josh Turek just ripped into that lane for a wide open layup.
Carlos Soto, Carlos Ocasio, Kermit Vasquez, back to Ocasio, and no chance for Daniel Colon. Shot clock runs out.
Puerto Rico's got a few more of their bench players in here now, getting some minutes.
Matt Scott, who plays professionally in Turkey at Galatasaray. Turek. Jared Arambula. Turek again. Shot clock at 5. And Williams puts it in for the U.S.
Textbook pick and roll right there when the defense jumps out on Turek. It allows some space for Williams to cut to the basket and get a nice little layup.
Soto under pressure from Arambula. Ocasio, 4 on the shot clock, puts it up. And it's wide from this angle, had us fooled a little bit.
It did look like it was going to be okay. The U.S. has eased up their intensity a little bit. They're not back picking, they're just looking to play their half-court offense here. Being very patient, moving the ball around, looking for those pick and rolls or those mismatches.
Foul call here against Puerto Rico.
I think they just blew the whistle because there was a man down in the key there.
No, you're right.
It looked like a foul from here, but the referee didn't see it the same way as Jared Arambula, or as us, I guess.
Yes. Just over 2 minutes gone by, fourth quarter. The U.S. has been in control pretty much throughout. Carlos Ocasio, Kermit Vasquez. Ocasio just inside the three-point line, and that's short.
You can see the fitness of the U.S. team is really coming into play here in the fourth quarter.
Penny, bingo. Well, Matt Scott, who made that pass, is the only U.S. player who hasn't scored at least a bucket. He's got the ball again.
Got quite a few steals, though, so I'm sure his plus minus is okay.
He's doing all right. He's very unselfish. Turek misses. Williams doesn't.
Again, the U.S. in transition there, just getting up the court quickly, crossing. crossing out the players behind them and allowing themselves to have an advantage in creating those open lanes.
Puerto Rico doing it right now without Calderon in the lineup.
And Martinez is also on the bench right now, which will make it tougher on these guys.
Trying to force a pass inside, doesn't work. Shot clock runs out on Puerto Rico. I think Manuel Pena, number 69 on Puerto Rico, has his own cheering section.
Yeah. He's a fan favorite for sure.
Jermel Penny sizes up the situation. One hand pass for Williams. Back to Penny. Heads towards the baseline underneath. And the foul called against Pena.
Pena thought he had a clean block there. Josh Turk will go to the line for 2.
And I think the Pena fan club is also had the same thought. He said
Agreed.
he didn't touch it. He didn't touch him. Turek, make it 19 for Josh Turek, the 36-year-old London Paralympian for the U.S. They're just so deep. And it's 20 points for Turek. Ocasio. Still Ocasio underneath for Pena. And Pena gets it to fall. Diaz of Puerto Rico with some issues here. Ralphie Diaz, 48-year-old veteran. That reminds me, I mean, you could come back then, Marnie.
I don't think so. Yeah. I think my playing days are over. I'll just sit on the sidelines with you and enjoy the view from here, Rob.
Jared Arambula. Hard pass underneath Williams. Quickly gives to Penny. Back up top for Scott. 6 on the shot clock. Back to Penny. 2 on the shot clock. He comes up short. And probably the first time in the game the U.S. ran out of time. And a turnover. U.S. will get it back.
It was a bit of a tough play there. Really difficult to outlet straight up the middle of the court. Hard to catch and see where the ball is. Much better if we outlet wide and come out to the sides of the court and then attack from there.
Turek. He's got it. 22.
USA still maintaining that great shooting percentage from the field.
Pena underneath, getting some help. U.S. rebounding and the foul call against Puerto Rico.
69 Pena will pick up his second foul. Great aggressive play under the basket there.
Under 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. USA firmly in control here against Puerto Rico.
We got a timeout here for the teams.
Team USA has dug deep into its bench again. Everyone on the roster has played. All but one have scored. And even that player, Matt Scott, has certainly contributed in lots of other ways. A couple of rebounds, a couple of steals, and a couple of assists for Scott.
As well on the defensive end, which it doesn't always show up on the stat sheet.
Josh Turek has really caught fire here and has now piled in 22 points for Team USA. They're finding him inside. He's using his height advantage, and then he can drift back with the fadeaway and hit from there as well. Josh Turek, strong play here for the U.S.
Yeah, Turek's definitely a player who's capable of putting up big numbers. This is a real favorable matchup against him. Puerto Rico, he's having a lower point player guard him much of the time, so he has a bit of an advantage in terms of his balance and his speed, and he's been able to take advantage of that.
Looks like Calderon is getting set to come back into the game for the possibly here for Puerto Rico. He's also doing some help coaching. Minutes, 43 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. USA leading 83-32 against Puerto Rico. Second game of the tournament for both teams. It looks like the US is going to go out to a 2-0 record, and on top of Pool A, tied with Brazil. Brazil with wins already over Puerto Rico and Colombia. Williams right back to Jared Arambula. And Calderon back in the game for Puerto Rico. And it looked like his team was doing the flying V to help set up the offense.
Yeah. They're definitely trying to pick a little bit more.
Great defense by Matt Scott again. And he turns the corner on Calderon. Scott unselfishly gives to Arambula. Still 10 on the shot clock. Ball off Puerto Rico, and the U.S. retains control. Really impressed with Matt Scott. Has the chance very unselfishly to go for the basket. Says no. And then gets right back there on defense.
He's, yeah, really sees the court well, able to make those passes, and super quick and agile, so really moves well and sees where the opportunities are and tries to take advantage of those.
The bronze medal winners for the 5 players who were on the bronze medal team for the U.S. in London. Jermel Penny underneath for Arambula, and rolls it in off the glass.
Great give and go there. Nice finish by Jared Arambula. U.S. is coming back now to the three-point line to play their defense. This is a tough matchup for Jake Williams here.
Doing a nice job against Calderon. And Puerto Rico hits Soto. Carlos Soto. Arambula holds. Under 3 minutes to go now in the fourth quarter. U.S. spreading the ball around. Matt Scott underneath. Turek, fade away. Nope. Arambula, yep.
Great offensive rebound and put back there by Jared Arambula, playing tough on that offside.
Jose Calderon goes for the long three-point attempt. Back comes the U.S. and Matt Scott's first basket of the game. And now all of the American players have scored at least one bucket.
You really see the speed of the U.S. just pull away from the entire Puerto Rican team on that break.
Underneath for Calderon. A little too much on that one. Nice move by Scott to get free. Arambula. Count it.
U.S. with a 4-on-1 there. Getting out quickly in transition, pushing up the floor and creating those opportunities for themselves.
Soto. Giveaway by Puerto Rico. Here comes a 2-3-0 for the U.S. Turek. 2 more for Turek. It's 24.
Josh Turek with an outstanding game today. 10 for 13 from the field, 4 for 4 from the line. Very great performance.
Calderon looking for something positive here down the stretch for Puerto Rico. Shows Arambula the ball, pulls it back, hits, or tries to hit from the close to the baseline. And quickly back comes Scott and USA. No look pass, Arambula, beautiful.
It's got to be frustrating on a team when players in the fourth quarter are pushing just as hard as they were in the first few minutes of the game. You can really see where that fitness, strength, and conditioning comes into play. And as the tournament goes on, it's definitely going to be a factor in the recovery and preparation for the next games.
Calderon. There he goes. Scott. Final half minute now for the U.S. Still a dozen seconds on the shot clock. Jake Williams bounces out. U.S.'s final round-robin opponent will be Brazil, and it'll be tomorrow, and it'll be a much tougher test. Americans 2-0 to start the tournament. Puerto Rico will start 0-2, and we'll play Colombia very first game at 8 a.m. local time tomorrow morning. And the fierce battles continue out there despite the fact there's only 4.9 seconds left. Ralphie Diaz, Soto blocked by Matt Scott. Diaz, Calderon, short.
Calderon played an outstanding game for Puerto Rico, just fighting till that last second. Unfortunately, not coming out on the winning end today.
It is Team USA 95, Puerto Rico 36. A dominating, impressive performance by the team in white. Matt Scott finishing it off for the U.S. in a 95-36 win.
Good game. Good game, man. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game.
Josh Turek finishes with 24 points for the U.S. Spread around the offense so much. There he is. Jared Arambula had a 13-point game. A dozen for Nate Hines.
The U.S. just dominated the Shooting from the field, obviously shooting very well at 68%. Puerto Rico, I mean, 17 for 45. They probably didn't get as many opportunities as they would have liked, and obviously the turnovers were a huge factor in this game for them, which really cut down on their opportunities.
Hard to beat any team when they shoot 68% from the field.
Definitely outstanding, and they carried forward from yesterday.
U.S. scored 39 points off of turnovers, a big factor in this one as well. And so the final matchup in Group A is going to be very interesting. USA and Brazil, both undefeated, will play tomorrow night. Colombia and Puerto Rico at 0-2 will play tomorrow morning. Great effort by Calderon and Puerto Rico, but no match in this one for Team USA, using their depth, their bench, to power their way to a big win in their second game in the tournament. Beautiful skyline of the city of Toronto, the world famous CN Tower in the background. This shot taken from Toronto Island. It's the 2015 Parapan American Games, the Ryerson Athletic Center, the old Maple Leaf Gardens on Carlton Street in Toronto. My name is Rob Snook, working alongside Marnie Abbott, three-time Paralympic gold medalist in wheelchair basketball. The wheelchair basketball tournament continues with the reigning Parapan Am champions from the US against the up-and-comers from Peru. These two teams met last year at the World Championships. It was a lopsided affair in favor of the Stars and Stripes, and I think Peru looking for a little growth in their program, and we certainly are too.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see how much they've improved since we saw them last summer. Looks like they've got some new equipment, which will be great. Might help them a little bit with the chair skills and their agility.
Lots of fans of the U.S. team here. Peruvian coaches taking notes. Of course, Lima, Peru will be the site of the next Pan American Games in 4 years' time, and the Parapan Games as well. Schedule for tonight, Peru, USA on the women's side, Group B matchup. And then we'll see Mexico and Canada in a Group A matchup also on the women's side. And the US and Canadian teams might just be on a collision course, but we'll wait and see how this goes throughout the tournament. Played at the World Championships last year. They finished 12th in this very building. American team 4th. Argentina already sits on top of Group B, but of course the US and Peru have yet to play a game. This is one of the pools that's kind of getting started late in the tournament.
Yeah, they had a day off yesterday, so did some training, and now they're ready for their game tonight.
Argentinian referee Salguero, Canadian, and El Salvadoran Lapointe and Martinez. Rose Hollerman, one of the stars of the U.S. team. Plays in the, or has played in the U.S. college system. See Team Peru. Those numbers, of course, beside the names, their classification. You can only add up to 14 points on the floor at any given time. If you get over, we've seen that once in the tournament, the coach gets a technical foul. The U.S. team, very interesting, only one 4.5. You see her there, Kimberly Champion. They call her Kimmy. And they are a very strong sort of midpoint team, aren't they, Mark?
They are, and they're super fast, great chair skills. We'll see some of that defense, probably similar to what we saw from the men's team, from this women's team as well.
And Peru, first possession. And Peru really does have first possession. Well done, Norma Garcia. That's to the foul line, puts it up, it's short. And rebounded by Rebecca Murray. Becca Murray can hit them from everywhere, particularly three-point land, and the U.S. quickly breaks down, and that was Desi Miller.
Great outlet pass there by Rebecca Murray to see Desiree Miller flying up the floor.
Darlene Hunter across for Rose Hollerman. A little too strong.
Peru's having a hard time getting it out of their own end here. U.S. is pressuring full court.
And they've run out of time. You've got to do it in 8 seconds to half, and they couldn't do it.
It's going to be very tough to break that USA defense. They're going to have to look to pick and work with each other, create some passing angles, hopefully get that ball up across center.
Becca Murray inside for Rose Hollerman, and short. She'll get another shot. And yet another shot. And finally, Hollerman gets it to drop, the 29-year-old from Minnesota.
Rose is actually about 19 years old, Rob.
Oh, is she?
So
yes, I did my math wrong.
it's okay.
That's why
Padding the
she's in
rebounding
college.
stats there, right? The U.S. causes another turnover here with their great defense.
She plays like such a veteran. It feels like she's 29. 19-year-old Rose Hollerman. Last time these two teams met, the U.S. scored in the 90s, so Peru looking to be better than that. And we've got an 8-second call again on Peru.
They're really going to have to look to pass to try and break that press. I think dribbling and carrying the ball like that is going to be a difficult way to break through the U.S. defense.
Hollerman, the teenager, puts it in off the glass. No problem that time.
Great look by Darlene Hunter to see Rose inside there, wide open. And Hollerman finishes this time.
And again, Peru's going to run out of time.
Really difficult with the chair skills to try and break that U.S. defense.
They almost need to send somebody before they really get possession, don't they?
I think they should try to leak out a little bit and go a little bit early if they can. Maybe at least get someone over center that they can attempt to pass to.
Hector Salinas, the coach of Peru, might be drawing that up right now. $8-0 lead for the U.S. Early stages, first quarter here against Peru.
Steph Wheeler, the coach of the U.S. team. She's the head coach of the women's program at the University of Illinois. They've had a very successful program there. She was a player there and is now taken over the head coach position. She's got a couple of great assistant coaches. Former national team player Trooper Johnson has some great experience and knowledge that I'm sure he's able to share with the team.
Wasn't that long ago that Steph Wheeler was playing for the U.S. and you played against her, Marnie.
I certainly did. She was one of the one of the greats on the U.S. national team, and she has one of her former teammates back on this squad, actually, Christina Ripp, who retired for a few years, had a baby, and now she's back and playing as well as she ever did.
Underneath for Gail Gang, off the glass and in on the pass from Rebecca Murray.
Great pick and roll there by Rebecca Murray and Gail Gang. Good job in getting the defense to come out and extend, and then picking them off and rolling to the basket.
Peru doing well now to get into the offensive zone. Next stage is to get under the basket. They'll try the long one, and it's in! Oh, Merlini Tonke!
With the hook shot from NBA three-point territory.
Wow.
Well, that'll get her team fired up.
Hard to defend against that, too. And a nice steal by Peru, and then Darlene Hunter gets it right back for the U.S. Murray. Gang. And she is fouled by Norma Garcia. Pilar, or at least Merlini Tonke.
Recognizing the shot clock's down, angles her chair and gets the shot off. Well done.
Gail Gang comes from a real basketball sports family from Maryland. No doubt they're watching in Frederick, Maryland. 12-3 U.S. over Peru. Opening game of the tournament for both teams. And an over and back call against Peru.
The USA actually pulled their defense back to center, and they're picking them up at half court now. Although Peru still having a little bit of trouble breaking through that strong defense.
Miller, U.S. The foul line, weaves her way in, a little short, rebounded by Zagara. Tunge. Looking for an outlet. Under 10 on the shot clock. She'll try another one, but she's a little too short this time.
You can see the Peruvian team really trying to pick and to create some angles in order to get a pick and to help get their teammates open, but unfortunately the chair skills just can't beat the U.S. defense. Megan Blunt in the game now for the USA.
Gail Gang off the mark. U.S. hustles back on defense. Norma Garcia challenged by Desi Miller. And it'll be USA ball. U.S. team fourth at last year's World Championships, losing to the Australians in the bronze medal game. Fourth at the London Paralympics, losing to the Netherlands in the bronze medal game. So they are looking to get on the podium for sure. And they are reigning Parapan Am champions. Becca Murray from Germantown, Wisconsin. Up and off the mark a little. Merlini Tonke. Oh, nice move, but loses the handle.
Tough to beat the defense one-on-one with the ball. Actually, she did make a really great move, but unfortunately wasn't able to go through. There's a chair foul on number 7 of Peru. Not quite having the chair position she wants on defense. So Desiree Miller will get 2 shots from the line.
Julia Zagara, 7 of Peru. Desiree Miller is dynamite player, comes from Monroe, Washington.
Very solid player. Desiree Miller was the MVP of the 2011 Under-25 Women's World Championships, the first ever World Championship for that age group.
An All-Star last year at the World Championships. The All-Star 5, Murray. Underneath for Miller, who directs traffic from the foul line. Got some help from her teammates. Came up short. The U.S. will get a new 14-second shot clock. Murray, Hollerman from the baseline. Slings it across for Murray, takes her time, and in. First points of the game for Becca Murray.
We'll see a lot of that this week from Becca Murray. She's one of the top scorers for the U.S., and they certainly rely on her when the shot clock gets down, and they'll look for her for some outside shooting to help open up things inside for their offensive players.
15-3, USA leading. Under 5 minutes to go, opening quarter. Timeout call here for Peru.
Make sure you're continuing to stay patient on offense.
We're looking for everybody here in the crowd right now.
We don't need everybody cutting. We need people looking inside to see who's there.
Wait, hold on. Keep going up with our hands behind on defense. Now we're going. Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Hector Salinas continues to work with the Peruvian team.
They're really looking at trying to figure out their press break and how they're going to get through that U.S. defense.
Peru was 7th at the last Parapan Am Games 4 years ago in Guadalajara, where the U.S. won the gold medal. Looking to build their program. USA in blue, Peru in white. U.S. team leading by a dozen already. Rebecca Murray. Off the mark, but Hollerman rebounds. Murray. Miller. Count it.
U.S. girls are just happy to settle with those outside screen shots. I'm sure Coach Wheeler is going to want them to work a little harder to slash to get inside.
Pilar Alregi had it taken away. And back comes Megan Blanc. And it goes.
So the U.S. girls have pulled their defense right back to the three-point line now. Peru will have a little easier time getting the ball up the floor, maybe get an opportunity for a pick and roll and look for a layup or two.
Tongue trying to catch that genie in a bottle, I guess. Ray Miller has it go off for fingertips. Peru ball.
Sometimes it's tough to maintain your focus and intensity in a game like this where the outcome is sort of predetermined, but I think the U.S. girls are going to want to try and have a solid, positive performance here tonight.
19-3 USA, just over 3 minutes to go, opening quarter. Rob Snook and Marnie Abbott-Peter. And Tonki continues to try those long shots. Rebecca Murray, 2.5 on the classification chart. So quick and versatile and does that.
Great pick at midcourt there by Rose Hollerman to open things up and allow Becca Murray to roll to the basket uncontested for that layup.
The U.S. just heads back and guards its house. Alregi. Tonke again tries the long Hail Mary. Hollerman slashes in and easily off the backboard. 8 points for Hollerman. Under 2 minutes now to go in the opening quarter. And that was Pilar Jauregui. Miller for the U.S.
There's just too many mismatches out there. The U.S. players have a bit of a height advantage, also able to create those mismatches by picking and crossing and having some of the lower point Peruvian players guard some of the higher point players, which is a tough matchup.
Still a bit of time here on the shot clock. Jauregui. Yep.
They must practice those their outside shooting. I mean, they're not doing a very good job of getting inside, but at least they're getting a few shots off, and that was a great shot by Jauregui there to score for her team.
Offensive foul against the U.S.
Number 5, Darlene Hunter, trying to set a pick for her teammate. Unfortunately, did not have chair position.
Substitution coming in here for Peru. Jenny Robles. Jauregui from three-point land and comes up a little short.
Good looking shot, and her teammates are doing a good job of screening and giving her an opportunity to get a shot off.
Miller rolling towards the baseline and hits that.
U.S. doing a good job of swinging the ball around, passing the ball, using the shot clock. And then Desiree Miller with a great shot from the baseline.
Dying seconds of the opening quarter, that shot misses. Still lots of talking on the Peruvian side, trying to sort out their offense. And that'll do it for the opening quarter. 27-5, USA leads Peru. An impressive performance so far by the team in red, white, and blue.
Peru actually did a good job of getting a few shots off. Hit 10 shots in the first quarter. Fortunately, they're all from very long range.
U.S. found it, Desiree Miller underneath. And then found her with the long pass. And back over to the elbow, and Desi Miller all over the backboard gives the U.S. the good start they were looking for. And Peru's big basket of the quarter came out of the hands of Marlene Tonke. She tried it and hit it. Three-pointer. Couple baskets for Peru, but too much dominance so far for the U.S. Start of the second quarter, Team USA leading Peru 27-5, and some new faces in the lineup for the US. Christina Schwab enters the fray. Mackenzie Solden is in. Kimmy Champion is in. Rebecca Murray stays in. Gail Gang's in the game too. Murray underneath, and Champion, her first basket.
U.S. doing a good job of creating an opportunity inside for Kimmy Champion.
Jauregui, the 27-year-old from Lima, Peru, the site of the next Pan Am and Parapan Am Games. I would think that the Peruvian team, one of their goals is really to be competitive by then. And you've seen that with Brazil over the last few years, particularly on the men's side.
They definitely have improved, and I think that does give a team incentive knowing they'll be playing in their home country. Hopefully with a little bit of coaching and training, these girls will be able to rise to the occasion. Christina Schwab making a nice little basket there. She looks like her old self. She's a great player on the U.S. national team back in 2004, and now she's back after having a child.
And another three-pointer from Peru as they just continue to hit the long bomb, or at least try it. Marlene Tunke. Schwab, Champion, just didn't want to go. That time it will. Kimmy Champion, the only 4.5 category on the U.S. team, meaning minimal disability. Some teams will have as many as 3.
Sure, depending on,
Wow.
Pilar Jauregui is just on fire from the three-point line.
33-11 now, the U.S. lead. Solden puts one up, won't fall.
U.S. defense coming back to the three-point line, looking to stop the Peruvian team there. Peru's doing a good job of screening for Pilar Jauregui.
Gail Gang, Mackenzie Solden. Lobs it up, and in it goes, Champion.
Mackenzie Solden actually played tennis in the last Parapan Am Games in Guadalajara. She's a very good tennis player as well as an excellent wheelchair basketball player.
Six on the shot clock. Peru doesn't want to shoot, and will run out of time. Shouldn't say they didn't want to, they just couldn't get a chance.
They didn't quite have the opportunity there to get a good shot off.
The U.S. now a little wary of Jauregui and Tunke.
They certainly extended up past that three-point line a little bit to make the range a little bit farther out.
Hard pass inside for Gail Gang. She takes it and then couldn't get the roll.
Coach Hector Salinas from Peru has no shortage of information to give his team over there on the sidelines.
They continue to try the long-range shots.
He's going to jump right in there and shoot the ball for them.
Solden, Michigan native, still wheeling with it. Back for Gang, across for Murray. Mad scramble in the paint, gathered in by the U.S. Champion. And she has it stripped. Auregi. But the U.S. just can't, or at least Peru just can't get past the U.S. defense. And then it rolls out of the hands of Tonki.
The U.S. defense is doing a really good job of staying flat, what we call it. And so they're basically just in a line. There's no angles or gaps for any pick or any opportunity for anybody to cut through that defense.
Schwab fouled in the act of shooting.
Christina Schwab doing a great job of cutting on the offside. She got in there on that last play and helped them get the offensive rebound, and now she's on the line for 2.
That one rattles out. Lots of time on the shot clock, and Peru launches the long one anyway. Auregi. '23-year-old Mackenzie Soldan in for Rebecca Murray. Last of the U.S. starters in the game.
Rebecca Murray, a very consistent shooter for this U.S. team. We'll look to see her get in the stack, get behind a screen, and take those nice easy buckets from 15 to 18 feet.
And the Peruvians get someone open underneath. It was Edith Velasquez. And already you could feel the buzz saying, yeah, that's it. That's what we've been trying for.
They've actually improved a lot since we saw them last summer at the World Championships. I think one of the things I notice is their defense. They're really communicating and trying to pick up the threats and really talk a little bit more about what's going on out there.
Si no se gana en esto, si esto no se gana esto, con el corazón. ¿Ok? Hay que ponerle más ganas. Oye, míralo. Esa actitud nada más.
Initially off that offensive attack, let's settle it back down and get back into our offense like we normally run, right? Defensively, hey, she's hit a couple, that's great. We're extending our defense. Really good change by you guys out there to make that adjustment on your own. Always know where 13 is, right? She's the only one that scored for you. Okay, so if we know where she is, we're taking care of everything. So just keep pushing out, see behind and know where she is, and we're gonna be fine defensively, okay?
U.S. certainly aware of the presence of Pilar Auregi and maybe Marlene Tonke as well, the two that have hit from long range for Peru.
Definitely the two that are taking the shots, and so they're just discussing about extending a little bit farther out and increasing the range of those three-point shots.
They're going to hit them.
That
They're going to
Peru's
have to
getting
hit them
off.
from
They're
a
going to
long
be
way.
at center pretty soon shooting those shots.
U.S. lead 38-11. Less than 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Quarters 10 minutes in wheelchair basketball, just like you would see in international able-bodied basketball. 4 10-minute quarters.
In wheelchair basketball, we play by FIBA rules, which are the same international rules that the able-bodied athletes play. The only rules that are actually different in the wheelchair game is the traveling rule, so you're allowed to push twice on your wheels, and then you have to pass, dribble, or shoot, or else it's considered traveling, and turns count as pushes. And there's also a rule called the physical advantage rule, which means you have to keep your bottom on your seat and your feet on your footrest at all times.
Mackenzie Soldan underneath for Kimmy Champion. Can't get the bounce. Auregi. Tonke tries again, but again, that U.S. defense pushing her out way too far.
They're trying to screen and looking for picks, but unfortunately they just don't have the chair skills to be able to execute it effectively.
Soldan, nice job by Champion to get up there and then convert. It seemed like it was going to go a foot over her head.
Soldan and Champion, former teammates in Alabama. That team is coached by former Canadian national team member Alicia Williams. So I'm sure she'll be watching some of her players here.
There's opportunities, isn't there, for athletes and for players and you know, to work in the wheelchair basketball game beyond their career too.
Certainly, yeah. Coach Williams was a player in Bama for a few years and was able to translate that into a head coaching position. It's a great opportunity.
Soldan cuts in. Really impressed with the chair skills of Mackenzie Soldan. She's a one-pointer and just flies out there.
Yeah, really that first push is crucial. It's probably what also makes her such an excellent tennis player.
Shot clock dying down, and they try it again. Tonke comes up short. Schwab turns the corner and gets fouled cutting in.
So you can see there, Tonke just doesn't have the chair position, goes into Schwab's wheel and spins her around, definitely a foul.
Not that time for Becca Murray. Tonke getting closer to the basket than she's been, but she's got Champion, the U.S.'s tallest player, all over her. 4 on the shot clock, puts it up, off the mark. Jennifer Chu in the game now for the U.S. Champion. Soldan. Champion again, give and go. And she makes it drop.
Jennifer Chu doing a great job on a low seal there to get Kimmy Champion wide open on the baseline. Didn't quite work out. She went around the top and did a high seal, and Kimmy Champion came around the top and got the basket over top.
So much of this game happens away from the ball, doesn't it?
Really good fundamental basketball there, looking for those seals and picks to create opportunities.
Auregi just has to launch another one. Not bad, but off the rim. USA ball with a fresh shot clock. Christina Schwab back on the team, 35 years of age, sends it across for Gail Gang. Schwab. Gail Gang, Champion underneath. Rebounded by Peru. Pilar Jauregui. 4-point classification player. Sends up a long one. That one's short.
U.S. trying to backpick, taking one of the Peruvian defenders out of the play in order to create a player advantage at some point on the court.
Soldan, great job to turn the corner. And then she commits the foul.
They do count the basket. It was after the basket was made that she ran into the defensive player and the foul was committed.
Don't see that very often. It's a rarity.
It is a rarity.
Substitutions coming here for Peru. Into the game comes Carmen Oblitas. Oblitas to Robles. Jenny Robles. Trying to get Jauregui the ball in some sort of a shooting spot. 6 on the shot clock, puts it up. Won't fall. And the foul on Jauregui. Jennifer Chu goes down, but she's all right.
Actually looked like she had fairly good chair position on that defensive play. The ref saw it from a different angle, though.
Schwab. Gang. Gonna cut in. Back to Schwab. Still time. Sends it up and in.
U.S. being very patient on offense, moving that ball around, using the shot clock. We got a timeout here.
46-11, USA leads Peru. And it is halftime. USA in control over Peru. Well, the reigning Parapan Am champions started off well. Desi Miller, all-star last year at the World Championships, scoring in all kinds of different ways. Inside, outside, underneath. And then Rose Hollerman helping out as well, the 19-year-old from Minnesota. Using her size, her strength, her speed. And Peru forced to go with the long shots. And a couple of times, those long shots paid off. The U.S. defense so very strong, like a wall. And there's the long shot paying off. Tunke, and then her teammate Jauregui hits from long range as well. But too much offense for the U.S. with a big lead at halftime, 46-11.
We're going to give you a topic, and you've got to give as many correct answers to the topic as possible in 30 seconds. So the topic is, name as many Canadian cities as possible within 30 seconds. You already see as many as you can. Let's put 30 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1, go.
Toronto, Ottawa, Sudbury, Oshawa, Victoria, Edmonton, Calgary, Halifax, Scarborough, Windsor, Moncton, Windsor, Tecumseh, Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Banff, Moncton,
Make some noise for David. Well done, David. Very well done. Now, what you don't know is we also have a CIBC team next player, and one of the players also had this question. Let's see how many they get. Well, I'll be honest, David. You got about 35. You have 29. But still, you're going to go away with the Toronto 2015 basketball reunion group. Make some noise for David. Have a minute to win. Thanks very much, David. We go.
Ryerson Athletic Center, the home of wheelchair basketball throughout the Parapan Am Games. It's a women's matchup in Pool B between USA and Peru. US, the reigning Parapan Am champions, coached by Stephanie Wheeler. Peru played last year in the World Championships, finished 12th. The US were 4th. On a stiff challenge for Peru in this one. Only shots they're really getting are from outside. They'll look to combat that here in the second half. Rob Snook here alongside Marnie Abbott. USA leading 46-11. US team in blue, Peru in white and red. And here we go, inbounded for Norma Garcia. Underneath, they set up the shot, and it won't drop down for Edith Velasquez.
Great cut and pass inside there. If Peru can do that a bit more often, that'll really help them out.
Desi Miller back in the game for the US, protects the ball very well and just knocks it in off the glass.
The US quick in transition there, getting out in a 3-on-1. Got one of their younger players in the game now. Number 23, Abby Duncan.
Another pass inside for Peru. That almost worked for Norma Garcia. Desiree Miller, and it goes, and dropped in by Abby Duncan.
The US getting out quick on the break, creating those player opportunities and man advantages in the front court.
Jennifer Poist in the game now for the US as well. Five seconds on the shot clock. And bounces, rattles around and out. And here comes Christina Schwab. Fast break, US makes it look so easy.
Christina Schwab, affectionately known to the basketball world as Barney. She pushed on the track for many years as well. You can see that speed of hers. Becoming a mother hasn't slowed her down a bit.
That's why she looked familiar. Stiff defense continues for the U.S. Duncan getting her hand up. 1 second, no time to shoot for Peru.
Great job on the U.S. defense there. They're really communicating well and rotating off onto those threats and not allowing those outside shots.
Rebecca Murray underneath for Desiree Miller. World Championships were held in this very building last year, as sort of a test event for Parapan Am Games, and then the men's teams also had an event a few months ago. Peru finished 12th at those World Championships, and the U.S. team 4th. Peru still having a hard time trying to get the ball inside. Certainly seeing some growth by the Peruvian team. We've mentioned that already, but what we saw last year is, the chairs are better, the chair skills are a little better. It takes time though, doesn't it, Marnie? You don't just jump in a wheelchair and do it overnight.
No, it definitely does take time, and one of the things I think that's really improved is the seating position. We saw the players sitting in chairs that might not have been appropriate for their abilities, and it looks like this year they're sitting in a proper seating position, which allows them to push and be more effective in terms of shooting and ball handling.
Beautiful pass from Schwab to Miller.
Desi Miller is playing fantastic. She's really focused. Her shot looks really good. She's shown some great leadership on this team. Well, she's not that old. She is one of the veteran players and has really brought this team along, and under the tutelage of Coach Wheeler, these girls have really grown and developed. I think being coached by Steph Wheeler, who was a player herself, is a real advantage for this U.S. squad. She was a fantastic player, always very coachable, super intense, super fit. She really saw the benefit of the strength and conditioning part of training, really loved that part of it, but was also a fierce competitor. And I think the thing I see about her in her coaching situations is that she's always really positive. She's never a coach that's going to rip a player a new one, but she definitely lets them know when she's not happy with what's going on. But super positive and really reinforcing the things that people are doing well and helping them understand the things that she might want them to improve on or to work a little bit harder at.
My first experience working wheelchair basketball really was last year at the World Championships, and just talking to Steph, she definitely seemed to be understanding the value of selling the game as well. And they know how great of a sport it is. You know how great of a sport it is, and you really want to get the word out, and Steph's part of that, and you're part of that.
Yeah, she's been a great ambassador for the sport, and I think now in her program in Illinois too, she really values the educational piece and makes sure that her players have the opportunity to complete their education, be successful in that area of their life, as well as be excellent athletes.
We've mentioned a lot on the men's tournament about players playing professionally, but it's not just the men. There's women playing professionally too.
There are some women that do play in the pro leagues in Europe and in the European leagues, and even in our domestic leagues here in Canada. The women play with the 1 point less value, or what we say is they add an extra point to the total when there's a female on the floor. So if we were playing with a 14-point system and a female player was in the mix, they would be allowed 15 points. So it does give an advantage to some teams.
Especially when they're good.
Yeah, certainly. There's some great players that have played in the European leagues, and really there's a couple in the European teams that have played and been on very successful teams that have won Champions Cups and have been huge parts of those squads.
Abby Duncan with a basket for the U.S. Well, you played a little in Germany. You played professionally, and what was that experience like?
It was a great experience. The German league has several divisions as well, similar to the U.S., where there's quite a few different levels. I was able to play in the second division, which was a lot of fun.
And you won the championship.
We did win the championship that year, which was great. Really interesting opportunities. And in Europe, they do what we do here in Canada, is they allow able-bodied players to play, so you don't need to have a disability to participate. The wheelchair is just a piece of equipment and a new challenge for a lot of athletes, and just wheelchair basketball is a new game and a new sport, and it's a great opportunity to try something different and to play a game that you might not necessarily have ever tried.
A lot of people in the Toronto area, maybe, you know, they know a place like Variety Village, which has been around for decades and decades, and you might have a youngster who goes in there who has a disability, and they might have a brother or a sister who's similar in age. Why not play on the same team together? It might be the only chance they have, and all of a sudden the able-bodied one falls in love with the game.
Yeah, definitely that happens quite often, especially in some of our more regional communities and rural areas where we have clubs. You know, you got your brothers, your sisters, your cousin, your best friend, everybody out there, and you can make up a team. And it's a great opportunity to play a sport that's really challenging and fun. And in Canada, you can play right up to our national level. We have our CWL Open Finals, which is a club championship. So clubs have men, women, juniors, able-bodied, and players with disabilities all inclusive in one club. So it's a really neat environment and a great opportunity for a variety of different people to participate all on the same level.
U.S. coaches continue to drill away on certain fundamentals, and the Peruvian coaches, Hector Salinas and his crew, still drawing up things. Why not? Use this as, you learn more in a game situation than you'll ever learn in practice, I think.
And definitely playing against a quality team like the USA, their fundamental skills are so good that it's a really good opportunity to see things in action that you might be trying to do in practice that you might not be able to execute, but to see it and to be involved in it, it really helps improve the level of play, and it'll really help these players when they go back home to be able to watch these games and learn from them and improve as a group. See the stats there. The turnovers are a huge factor for Peru right now. 31 turnovers. Really something that they're going to need to cut down on, and they're going to want to improve their ball handling skills and their passing skills a little bit.
But Rome was not built in a day, and we've seen some improvement already. And the fact that there's quite a few, or several different players on this Peruvian team than we saw last year suggests that there is a bit of a groundswell of there's a grassroots building in Peru, and that's good.
Definitely the more players you can get involved in the pool and have more players to choose from, more players to play with, to compete against, maybe even develop a small women's league. It's every opportunity like that is going to help improve the game.
Megan Blanc, a 25-year-old from Gig Harbor, Washington. Is it Gig or Jig?
I don't know, actually.
Sorry for the folks in Gig Harbor. Megan sinks one of two. USA's next game will be against Argentina, and then they will round out their pool play against El Salvador. And of course, Peru will play those two teams as well.
There'll be some interesting matchups with some of those teams, and it'll be a chance for Peru, to take some of the things that they're learning in this game here and put them into action against a defense that might not be as strong.
That time, Desi Miller couldn't get the roll. She's got 17 points already. Just over 4 minutes to play. Third quarter, USA 59-11 over Peru. And launched in.
Just a two-pointer there.
Tonke Like USA is getting ready to bring Rose Hollerman back in. I haven't seen her since the first quarter. Pass slung across for Schwab. Duncan, yep, hits it.
Abby Duncan, just 19 years old, one of the youngest players on this squad. She's got a great future ahead of her at this level.
Short there on the attempt from Merlini Tongki. Here comes Rose Hollerman into the game. And Desiree Miller heads out. Duncan, Schwab, try to force a pass underneath to Hollerman, and a nice steal by Pilar Jauregui.
Drew trying to set a pick and help Pilar Jauregui get open.
Tonki, 5 on the shot clock. Sends a long one up.
One of the things you'll notice, Rob, is the chairs, and you can see that chairs are almost like sneakers, where each player has their own specific size and style and different types of strapping. The chairs really, depending on the classification of the player, might depend on the size of the chair and the height of the chair. There are specific rules as to how high the chair can be in terms of the front of the chair or the footrest, the size of the cushion, those types of things. But really, it's each player's preference. And it sometimes takes some time trying some different seating positions and some different chairs to figure out what works exactly well for you.
Jennifer Poist will head to the line after trying a little bit of a circus shot there. Now we see some of the chairs with one wheel on the back and some with 2 wheels on the back. No rules about that.
No, you're allowed to have that many wheels. It's a personal preference what you'd prefer on the back in terms of 1 or 2 wheels. Some of the players like the 2 wheels because you can actually back up and get a little bit closer if you're defending. Some people find it more stable. It's funny, when in 1992, no one used anti-tips or had 5th wheels in those days, and my coach Joe Higgins at the time said to me that I wasn't allowed to play unless I had my little anti-tipper that was this little quick release caster that sort of slid into the back, and no one else in the tournament was using it. And I was so embarrassed. I was furious. I was crying my head off, and I was like, I'm not going to play if I have to play with that, because it was like the most horrifying thing. But he made me play with it. And then, interesting enough, by 96, almost every single chair had a 5th wheel, and that was the way people were moving and the way the equipment was improving and changing. So it's kind of a funny story that he likes to remind me of.
And it's sort of a safety thing that kind of gives everybody more confidence, isn't it?
Definitely does, yeah. Adds stability, you can lean back a little bit more, tilt a bit more, and definitely makes the game safer overall. We're not having to worry about falling over backwards.
Does anyone not use them?
I haven't seen anybody at this level playing in probably the last 10 years that hasn't been using them.
And you, not wanting to be, but you were the forerunner.
Not even knowing at the time what was going on. In those days, we had the same chair we used for every day as we did for playing sports, and nowadays,
really? In 92
any player that's a daily wheelchair user will have their day wheelchair and then their sports wheelchair. So, yeah, it speaks volumes to the difference in the equipment and in the sport.
When did that change happen? Between 92 and 96, the change from everyday chair to sport chair?
Pretty much in the early 90s. Once they added the 5th wheel and the camber, became really difficult to wheel around outside with that 5th wheel on or with that camber. It's difficult to get through regular doors and bathroom stalls and stuff, so it really changed things significantly. Players started using a lot more strapping and became, strapped right in and sort of one with the chair, which really improved the agility and the turning and really increased the speed of the game.
And when you say one with the chair, that's how the officials call the game as well, right? Your chair is considered part of you. So if you run into my leg, that's a foul on you in a sense.
Definitely, yeah.
Or I run into my chair. I mean, that's part of
For sure,
me.
yeah, definitely. Sort of part of the body, and you can see when players fall down, some of them are able to pop back up with the chair still strapped on. Some players have to unstrap and get back up into their chair depending on their classification, but it's really changed the speed of the game and attracted, I think, some more quality players and coaches to the game because it's improved so much and it's so fast and intense now.
We saw Christina Schwab, the oldest player on the U.S. team. Not that she's old, only 35. Wisconsin native, really doing some coaching out there, kind of sharing. I mean, she's been around the game for a long time.
Yeah, she has. We were joking around in the elevator earlier today. She was saying she went from being the youngest player on the team back in the day, and now she's the oldest player on the team. So it's kind of a funny change, but certainly great leader, very positive, super teammate. Really great addition to this U.S. squad.
And as potent as the U.S. has been and being in those medal games, the last couple of major games, you think they were feeling like they wanted a veteran player like that who maybe added a little extra and intangibles?
Maybe a little bit, just with the pressure and her ability to score in those intense games. I mean, now you see her under the basket rebounding and really being aggressive in there. I think that's one of the things that she can bring to some of these younger players, just to show them that level of intensity and focus.
Final half minute now of the third quarter. Peru fighting valiantly, make no mistake about it, sending up a long one from Reggie. And Schwab. Nice pass underneath for Duncan. And she's fouled. Duncan leaves for Schwab. Underneath for Hollerman. Gets her own rebound. Nice little move to get open, and Hollerman having a hard time getting them to fall. But the U.S. is certainly well in control of this one. And you don't want a game like this to kind of lose your timing. We'll come back and talk more in just a sec, but U.S. leads 64-13 over Peru after 3 quarters. Duncan making a real impact here in the second half for the U.S. Izzy Miller finds her open. And the U.S. getting some depth of scoring as we expected they might. But you want to keep that rhythm about you, don't you, in a game like this? You want to keep the, the danger is of falling into bad habits.
Definitely, and they have a pretty easy go in their pool games. It's going to be difficult to keep that focus and intensity up for when they need to play a tougher match. So I'm sure Coach Wheeler is giving them some specific instructions and really specific things to work on and to focus on and to think about. Not be distracted by everything else that's going on, especially the score.
And Peru coach Sector Salinas continues to draw up how he wants his team to try to attack. One thing to do it on the board.
Yeah, he's really encouraging them to try and set those picks, which I think his players are actually attempting to do. It's just not quite having the chair skills and the speed to execute it. But the first step is actually thinking about it.
Darlene Hunter will inbound for the U.S. from Commerce Township, Michigan. couple of Michigan natives on the U.S. side. Fourth quarter is underway. Team USA in blue leading Team Peru 64-13. US doesn't have any of its starters in right now, but certainly showing its depth. Mackenzie Soldan for Abby Duncan, and she hits it.
U.S. coming right back to the foul line to play their defense, giving Peru a little bit of space.
Peru continues to try those long outside shots from Merlini Tonki.
I think Tonki and Harege are getting a little fatigued here now in the fourth quarter. They've done a lot of work throughout this game, trying to push through that defense and taking those long shots.
The other good sign for Peru is that those two key players are both young in terms of wheelchair basketball. Reggie, 27, Tonki, 30. Certainly when they have the Parapan American Games in 4 years' time in Lima, they're not going to be old.
No, and it's a great opportunity for them to continue to improve and to play on their own home court.
Wheelchair basketball always a popular venue at Parapan, and particularly at Paralympic Games has been for years. We've seen sold-out crowds at gold medal games, and not just gold medal games, but in Barcelona and in Sydney and in London. Great crowds. Canadian men and women have both had the gold medals. The U.S. teams have had gold medals at Paralympic Games, and Australia always a powerhouse as well.
Certainly, yeah, and I'm sure those teams in Europe and in the Asia zone are all preparing. Their qualifying tournaments are coming up in the next few weeks as well. So by the fall, we'll know which teams will be competing in Rio.
A little better shot selection that time by Peru, but you still have to make the shot, and hard to do from long range.
Definitely not easy baskets they're getting a look at. But they're continuing to battle, and they have good energy. They're talking on defense, and see that mismatch underneath. Kimmy Champion taking advantage of the shorter low pointer and just posting up and making that easy bucket inside.
Kimmy Champion from Georgia. Of course, Atlanta, Georgia held the '96 Paralympic Games, which you competed in.
I did. We had a great tournament in Atlanta. A lot of fun out there. Interesting, our bus driver got lost on the way to our gold medal game, and we had to change into our jerseys on the bus. We made it, and the warm-up clock was already running down as we got to the gym. Not really ideal situations, but we ended up winning the gold medal anyway. So our coach, Tim Frickhouse, used to say warm-up's overrated.
Well, you certainly got your adrenaline up and worrying that you were going to miss the game, no doubt.
We definitely, yeah, it was an interesting day that day.
Part of 3 straight gold medals that the Canadian team, women's team won. Canadian men's team has won 3 of the last 4. With a silver medal thrown in there in Beijing as well.
Yeah, they played one of the best games of wheelchair basketball I ever witnessed in Beijing in the semifinals, and a triple overtime game that was just fantastic. And then ran out of gas a little bit in the gold medal game.
So that would have been against either Australia or Japan.
Australia. Yeah. So many tournaments, so many games. It's all one long.
Actually,
I think that was against
Great Britain or the U.S.
The
yes.
USA. They were playing in the semifinals.
Peru 1 second on the shot clock, and RIG comes up short.
The U.S. is doing a good job of keeping their intensity up on defense and staying in that flat position, not allowing any opportunities for picking or slashing through their wall of defense, we'll call it.
We see in the U.S. as well as teams like the New York Knicks have the New York Rollin' Knicks, and you've got the Dallas Wheelchair Mavericks. You're starting to get some affiliation, some connection with some of the NBA programs, aren't we?
Yeah, I think Golden State as well, and the Sonics. We've got the junior Sonics, so even though the Seattle Sonics aren't there anymore, they still have a bit of a connection.
You've got players, some of the American players, some Canadian players sometimes go across the border, will play on those teams, and lots of times people are new to wheelchair sport, don't realize all of the opportunities. They only hear about it maybe at the Paralympics or maybe the World Championships, and it's year-round, it seems like.
Definitely, yeah, and there's always opportunities at all levels, whether it's recreational or high performance. And we have a program in Canada called Bridging the Gap, which is a program that goes into rehab facilities and gives people who are newly injured the opportunity to try a variety of different wheelchair sports and para sports, just to plant the seed. They might not necessarily be ready to participate in sport at that particular time, just recovering from an injury, but planting the seed and giving them the opportunity later, once they have sorted out a few of the life skills things that go along with acquiring an injury, then they'll get involved with sport or recreation.
Great skills being demonstrated here by Mackenzie Solden. They're on defense. A minute ago on offense with a beautiful pass to Kimmy Champion, who finished. And again, the U.S. showing its depth with some of its bench players, just really shining.
Yeah, Kimmy Champion with 20 points now. She's shot very well today, 10 for 13 from the field. Doing a really good job of focusing and maintaining her intensity despite the disparity in the score.
Technical timeout here. USA 78, Peru 13 here in the fourth quarter.
Let's 4.5 minutes, finish strong. Red, stay under. 1, 2, 3, USA!
Champion, 20 points in this one. She's got the great height underneath, her teammates finding her, and she's finishing with a flourish. From Vidalia, Georgia, and a great pass there from Solden, and Champion just continues to play like one.
It's like Peru's got some players from the bench coming in now that we haven't seen yet in the game. Give them an opportunity to play on this court and in this environment.
Carmen Hanko, Lucy Herrera come into the game for Peru. Herrera tries that attempt. Kenzie Solden now. Hunter underneath for Champion and keeps it rolling.
So Coach Wheeler has 3 Class 1 players out there on the floor right now. So the USA team is playing slightly under points, which could give Peru an advantage somewhere in terms of the mismatches in classification while they're attacking on offense. Although these Class 1 players from the US are some of the best in the world, they're not going to give up much to even a 4 or a 4.5 player.
Now Reggie and Tonke are both on the bench though for Peru right now. Duncan. Jennifer Chu from Antioch, California. Quick side to side, cuts into the paint, off the glass and in. Eight teams in the women's wheelchair basketball tournament at the Parapan Am Games. 4 will go through to the semifinals. Of course, the top 2 will then play for gold, and the semifinal losers will battle for the bronze medal. And we'll also have classification games to determine 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Important for those programs as well to work forward. Abby Duncan couldn't get the shot she was looking for. The US, though, does well to retrieve. And the shot clock went to 24 and then quickly dropped down to 14 because of an offensive rebound. That's all you get. And Kimmy Champion just continues to sink them. Give her 24 points.
Doing a great job of maintaining her shooting focus. Great intensity. She's leading their defense now on this end as well. Really good performance tonight by Kimmy Champion.
Under 2 minutes to play, 4th quarter. First game of the tournament for both Peru and the US. Peruvian coach signals towards the basket, and Lucy Herrera sends it in that direction. A little off the mark. Soldan with a shoulder-high dribble. And then, who else? Kimmy Champion with 2 more. And then the US comes back and sets up that wall outside their house.
Right on the foul line there. I don't know that you'd see that too often playing against a tougher team.
Herrera, 1 second, doesn't get it up in time. 61 seconds left. One more game on the program tonight. We'll have the Canadian women, reigning world champions, against Mexico. A rematch of the semifinal in this tournament 4 years ago. Jennifer Chu. Underneath it goes for Duncan. Good name for a basketball player,
It is
Duncan.
a good name, yeah. Great pass by Darlene Hunter inside there for the assist.
Maria Medina. Seconds on the shot clock, but we've got a player down in the key. And the Peruvian staff runs out to offer some assistance. Just part of the game in wheelchair basketball, just part of the game.
Definitely. And like we mentioned earlier, some players have more function through their trunk and are able to pop right back up, whereas other players might need assistance from the bench in order to get up once they get knocked over.
One thing you don't see in wheelchair basketball is players wearing gloves.
No, you'd get laughed out of the gym.
Would you?
I'm pretty sure you would, yeah. Actually, it's really difficult for shooting and dribbling to get that feel for the ball when you have gloves on. Some players do use tape to prevent blisters and injuries to your hands, but really you just build up calluses and strength in your hands, and you're able to maintain that.
Final attempt at the game for Peru. And the U.S. team, it jumped out to an early advantage and it used its bench and used its strength to a dominating win, 88-13 over Peru here at the Ryerson Athletic Center. First game of the tournament for the U.S., first win of the tournament for the U.S. here in Pool B action. Classy effort by both teams. Peruvians have shown some real signs of growth since last year. We saw them at the World Championships. And the American team strong as expected, and a real classy effort by them. And a strong effort by number 25, Kimi Champion. She pours in 26 points.
Yeah, the U.S. girls had a great outing this afternoon. Shooting 41 for 65, 63% from the field. It's very good shooting focus, especially in a tough game like this where it's hard to maintain your focus and intensity. Peru, unfortunately, with 44 turnovers, tough to win games with that number, but definitely improved from when we've seen them in the World Championships last year. Peru could be leading the women's side of the tournament in made three-point shots at the moment, Rob. It's a good stat and something to feel good about.
Yeah, the first one of the game was a thing of beauty from Merlini Tonki.
U.S. did a great job passing the ball around. 22 assists is a great stat for any team, and they'll be happy with that for sure.
So Group B has only played one game, and you see U.S. and Argentina both with wins. So the U.S. will play next against Argentina and then El Salvador. Peru's next game will be against El Salvador and then Argentina. So Team USA, led by the veteran Schwab and led by Desiree Miller off the start, forcing Peru to shoot from outside. They did it to some success at some point, but the U.S. depth was just too much. And Team USA takes it by a final score of 88-13. Beautiful evening in Toronto. The old Maple Leaf Gardens, the new Ryerson Athletic Center, the home of wheelchair basketball at the Toronto 2015 Parapan Am Games. My name is Rob Snook, working alongside three-time Paralympic gold medalist in wheelchair basketball, Marnie Abbott-Peter, getting set for the final game of day 2 of the wheelchair basketball tournament. It is Mexico against Canada. These two teams met 4 years ago at the Parapan Am Games in Guadalajara. And Canada, the winner in the semifinals, went on to get a silver medal. Mexican team 10th at the World Championships last year. The Canadian team gold medalists at last year's World Championships in this very building, Marnie. And the Canadian team has looked very strong so far, and another challenge for them tonight.
They definitely looked great last night against Guatemala. Coach Johnson was able to get everybody in the game and involved, so they'll be focused and ready to go tonight. They've played Mexico many times over the years. Pretty much know what to expect, but this Mexican team is one that can surprise you. They play on emotion, and if they come out strong, that'll really help them throughout the game.
4 years ago at the Pan Am Games, the Mexican team, as we mentioned, 4th. And Flor Estrada was the leading scorer in the tournament, averaging 18 points per game. So they can certainly put the ball in the basket.
This Mexican team has several veteran players that have been around for quite a while. played in many championships, many Parapan Am Games. They'll be looking to them, but also to some of their younger players to bring some energy and some speed to their squad.
Group A matchup, Team Canada, Team Mexico. At the Ryerson Athletic Center, Canadians coming off that World Championship last year in this building when they came from behind to beat the Netherlands in the semifinals, Germany in the gold medal game. Great performances from several players, and probably none greater than Janet McLaughlin, who hit a huge basket in the dying seconds in the semifinal. And you see the Canadians with just the one game so far, and so they are behind Brazil, but they have a chance to move even tonight. Their final game of the pool will be Brazil against Canada. Officials for tonight's game: Matias from Brazil, Lee from Korea, and Gamez from Costa Rica. Katie Harnick rocking the purple hairdo. Just had a wonderful World Championship last year, was one of the All-Star 5 at the end of the tournament, along with her teammate Janet McLaughlin.
She also started strong well last night, scoring 7 points in the first minute or minute and a half of the game. It's a great asset to the bigger players like Janet McLaughlin when some of the mid-pointers can take some of that pressure off and take some of the scoring load.
Those numbers on the right of the players' names indicate their classification. You can only have 14 points on the floor at any given time. Players like Jamie Jules, Elaine Allard, important players for Team Canada, those low pointers.
This is a very familiar starting 5 we've seen for Canada. The last couple of years, been pretty consistent.
Laughlin, Ferguson, Harnick, Jules, and Wallet. There they are.
Mexico starting a couple of their younger players with Isabel Lopez out there and Flora Estrada.
The Estrada against McLaughlin on the tip-off. And we are underway. Janet McLaughlin wins the tip for Cindy Wallet. She's a great ball handler and has great share skills. Feisty, too. For McLaughlin in the paint, she's a little short on her first attempt of the game.
Canada with some full court pressure here on defense. They're going to want to keep Mexico as far away from the basket as possible, and a great interception there by Janet McLaughlin.
Underneath for Ferguson, drops it off for Wallet. Across for McLaughlin, fade away, and a little off the mark. Janet didn't play much at all in the opening game. She wasn't feeling so hot, she's feeling much, much better today. Still looking for her rhythm. Jamie Jules from Donkin, Nova Scotia, misses. Ferguson does too, gets her own rebound, and finally Canada gets its first basket.
Canada doing a great job in transition here, going from offense to defense, getting on chairs, and stopping those Mexican players. It's going to be tough for Mexico to break this press.
Isabel Lopez, Flor Estrada getting back in a hurry is Wallet, and a great steal by Canada. Jules ahead for Wallet, but Estrada gets back and steals it right back for Mexico.
Flora Estrada is a tough competitor on this Mexican squad. She does a lot of things out there very well.
And the foul call here against Mexico.
Number 14, veteran Rosa Vera, one of the older players on this squad, very experienced. Does a good job there of stopping the Canadian fast break, letting her team regroup on defense.
Jamie Jules. Up. And hit. Great defense here from Canada.
Wow.
Foul call against Harnick.
Just some incidental conduct there. It looked like Harnack had good chair position right in front of the Mexican ball handler.
And Nisa Perez will inbound for Mexico. Isabel Lopez. Player down in the key. Foul call.
It's a foul on Janet McLaughlin. And Flora Estrada, number 7 from Mexico, sits quite high in her chair. You'll see her down on the floor quite a few times during the game. It's tough to keep your balance when you're that high up.
Underneath for Estrada. McLaughlin there puts just enough pressure on Estrada, who misses. Underneath, Perez. And the Mexicans still can't get there first. So a little dodgy shot making early on here.
There's another foul, second foul on Rosa Vera, trying to impede Janet McLaughlin from getting to the basket.
Wow, strict calls here early on.
Yeah, these referees are setting a tone early. They're not going to let the girls play. Looks like any contact, they're going to have to maintain great chair position.
Jamie Jules, Paralympian for Canada in London in 2012, to Janet McLaughlin. She'll shoot from long range, and this is the three-point attempt. Estrada rather.
Canada is doing a great job with that pressure defense. Tracy Ferguson forcing the turnover there.
And the travel by Anissa Perez. Tracy Ferguson has great chair skills. Used to compete in wheelchair track. Underneath, the pass too high and out of range for Harnick.
It's a foul on number 10 from Mexico. Young player, Maria Rodriguez. She got in the wheels there and spun Harnick around. Stopped her from catching that pass.
3 fouls already for Mexico, just 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the first quarter.
This is normally what we see from Mexico. They like to be aggressive. They'll use their chairs, try and rough the Canadians up a little bit, send a message.
Lopez. And they couldn't get past half by 8 seconds, and so Canada gets the ball back.
So 4 of these players from the Mexican squad that are starting here were on the U25 national team for Mexico, who played in the inaugural U25 Women's Championships in 2011.
Harnick, fade away. Ferguson rebound, and she hits.
Ferguson doing a great job of blocking out, allowing her to easily get that rebound and the putback.
All 4 points in the game so far, courtesy Tracy Ferguson. Rosa Vera for Isabel Lopez. Tracy Ferguson steals it. Feeds it ahead for Jamie Jules, all alone. Off the glass and in. 6-0 Canada.
Great hustle and recognition in transition there. Canadians steal the ball, get it up early, allowing Jamie Jules to get that layup.
Lots of intensity both ways. Canadian head coach Bill Johnson, Winnipeg, Manitoba.
But we're missing that opportunity because we don't know. We got to communicate, okay? And that's bench too. Let's help each other out up there. Yeah. So we know what's up.
Suggesting the communication comes from the floor and from the sidelines.
They definitely want to be talking and letting each other know what's going on out there. They Mexico's talking a little bit about their press break. They want to be a bit more effective with that. Give themselves more time in the front court to set up their offense.
Mexican head coach Aaron De Villa. Canadians with the first 6 points of the game. It'll be inbounded by Flor Estrada, the 25-year-old from Guadalajara. And again, 8 seconds. Mexico frustrated with the Canadian pressure.
They're doing the right things. They're getting someone over center. They just got to do it a little bit quicker in order to avoid that 8-second call.
Shannon McLaughlin. Up and in. She couldn't hit from close, but she can hit from distance.
Janet likes that little 18-footer. For sure we'll see more of that during the week here. Definitely shows she's ready to play tonight and focused.
Estrada. Lopez. Janet McLaughlin with some great defense. Estrada comes in to help her teammate.
Great pick there by Estrada to allow Isabel Lopez to attack. Shot clock's ticking down here though.
2 and 1, and the shot does not drop. And then the giveaway by Canada between Ferguson and McLaughlin.
Give Canada a chance to set their defense up here again. Mexico's doing a really great job of trying to pick and block out one of those Canadian defenders in order to give themselves an advantage on the floor. Got some subs coming in for the Mexican team.
These two teams met in the semifinal 4 years ago. It was only a 12-point margin that Canada beat Mexico by. Inbounded by Rosia Torres. This is Lopez. Tight defense by Ferguson. Lopez inside for Estrada. Off the glass and in, and fouled on the way.
That's a great entry pass by Lopez into Estrada there, and Estrada's able to finish even with the contact there by Cindy Ouellette.
First basket of the game for Mexico. Estrada trying for the second, doesn't work. Then the long pass from McLaughlin off the fingertips of the Mexican player, and it's kept alive by Claudia de la Torre. Lopez, Estrada, Ferguson is on her like glue.
Canadians did a good job of recovering there defensively. Everybody's back in the defense now.
Estrada, 5 on the shot clock, doesn't want to shoot, tosses underneath. Rodriguez runs out of time. In fact, that was Maria Rodriguez, who's only 18.
It's a tough shot for her underneath there as a class 1.5. Not much trunk function, not able to rotate, difficult balance, but she did a good job of trying, at least holding on to the ball.
And you see a little discussion there with the veteran Estrada and the youngster Rodriguez.
Esta triangulación es la que tenemos que empezar a traer su marca para que de aquí Lupita y Flor empiecen a trabajar, pero ellas sin balón. Sin balón, ¿ok? Ellas trabajan con balón, ustedes empiecen a trabajar, dense confianza. Si Flor está aquí con la bola,
Second game of the tournament for Team Canada. They opened up with a 78-18 win over Guatemala. Smiles there for Janet McLaughlin. McLaughlin and Cindy Ouellet, Jamie Jules. Just past the halfway mark of the opening quarter, Team Canada leads Mexico 8-2. Pool A game in the women's wheelchair basketball tournament.
Mexico's really trying to focus their defense on Janet McLaughlin, trying to keep their big player, Flora Estrada, matched up with her as often as possible.
McLaughlin looks, slings a pass across for Harnick. Canada can get her hot. She fights her way inside, and Katie Harnick, the two-pointer, gets her first 2 points.
Little pump fake, little dipsy doodle there, and Katie finds herself open right under the basket and able to finish that bucket with a big Mexican defender right behind her.
And another steal by Canada, Harnick, and she will have to chase it and runs into the end boards, if you will.
Cardboards. Maybe it's a good thing there. They move.
What you said.
Canada continuing with their full court pressure, really looking to keep Mexico in the backcourt.
Canada's stuck with its starting lineup so far. Seeing a substitution or two from Mexico. Flora Estrada had 17 points in the opening game for Mexico. Led all scorers for their team against Brazil. As we mentioned, she led the tournament 4 years ago in scoring, averaging 20 points per game. And a little delay here. Could there be a classification issue with too many points?
Like the official is talking to the commissioner. The commissioner is an official at the score table who keeps track of the classification cards for each athlete. So each team is allowed 14 points on the floor at one time. Each athlete is assigned a classification according to their abilities, ranging anywhere from class 1 to class 4.5. And at any given time, you can have 14 points total on the floor. You can be under that 14-point total, but if you go over it, it's a technical foul, and the other team will get 2 shots in the ball.
I have them at 14.5 on the floor right now.
That looks right, yeah. So this is probably what the issue is and what the delay is here. They're just trying to sort that out and make sure it's correct.
So Lopez is a 4-5. And then they have a 4 in Estrada as well. They have a 1-5, a 1, and a 3.5 in Torres. And I think that might be they're saying it's going to be okay, but we have them down at 14-5.
Some points during the tournament, the classification of players can be under review. So there is a panel that's watching to see if the classification needs to be changed or reviewed for any given player.
Team Canada getting set for a couple of substitutions. It's Lopez with the ball. Isabel Lopez, 23-year-old Mexican, and not much time left. Estrada flings one from long range. Shot clock runs out. Into the lineup for Canada, Melanie Houghton and Rosalie Lalonde. Houghton in her second year with the national team, Lalonde in her rookie season.
Rosalie Lalonde, definitely one of the up-and-comers on this Canadian squad. Great fundamental skills, quick little player.
Tracy Ferguson, 6 points. Pretty little passing play. McLaughlin to Houghton to Ferguson, and in the hoop it went. And McLaughlin with the steal, and she is actually going to get an offensive foul.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going to comment right now, Rob, so you might want to say something about that call. Coach Johnson's not happy with it, that's for sure.
Tracy Ferguson, or at least Janet McLaughlin's going to come out. In comes Aaron Young.
Yeah, 2 fouls on Janet, so Coach Johnson's not going to take any chances. She'll take a bit of a rest here, probably for the rest of the first quarter.
Lopez, long, Houghton rebounds. Melanie Houghton, speedy, comes from the track background. Katie Harnick, long reach with those arms. Looking for an outlet, still time. And
that's going to be an offensive foul on Erin Young. She was trying to set a pick there and just backed up a little bit. Definitely a foul. Backing into a defender like that is gonna get a call pretty much every time.
4 fouls now for Canada. Rocio Torres, Flora Strata. Ever-present Tracy Ferguson on defense.
There's Lucia Vasquez in the game now, number 9 for Mexico. She's one of the veteran players on this squad. Been around since 1992, I'm gonna say.
Estrada, as the shot clock expires, comes up short. Canadians doing a great job of making Estrada shoot from long range and too long. Ferguson underneath, Harnick is fouled.
That'll be the first foul on Lucia Vasquez. Katie Harnick able just to beat her one-on-one on the baseline and get open. Great feed from Tracy Ferguson. Let's see that chair position just knocks Katie around in a circle, and definitely a foul.
And another foul. And so now that's 5 on Mexico.
It's going to be a long night if these officials don't put their whistles away.
Rosalie Lalonde. Feisty young Canadian player. 18-year-old from the Laval Gladiators. Vasquez.
Tough matchup for Katie Harnick in the low block there with Estrada. Good job blocking out though and getting that defensive rebound.
Harnick for Young. Katie Harnick, still a dozen seconds on the shot clock. Nice pass inside for Lalonde, beautiful.
Great slash in the center of the key there by Rosalie Lalonde, and made a fantastic catch and a nice underhand reverse layup there to complete the play. You can see Katie feeds it to her inside there. Great finish by Rosalie Lalonde.
Jacques comes into the game for Canada. Katie Harnick heads out. 15-2 Canada, late stages of the opening quarter. Torres. Vasquez, a 49-year-old from Mexico City, fighting off Mo Jacques. In to come to help is Erin Young, but Jacques seals the defensive side.
Good recovery by Canada on that defensive play. It was a bit of a broken play, but they were able to recover and force a bad shot by the Mexican squad with the shot clock running down.
Lots of energy on the floor right now, that's for sure. Jacques. Paralympian for Canada in London, from the played in the University of Alabama. Lalonde, Ferguson, fouled.
Excellent play by the Canadians there. Rosalie Lalonde recognizing the pick and roll opportunity, driving to the hoop, and when the defense rotated to her, she just dished it off to Tracy Ferguson, who's on the line for 2 now.
The veteran, 6-time Paralympian Tracy Ferguson. And if you counted the fact that at one of those Paralympics she competed in 2 sports, that kind of makes her a 7-time Paralympian.
Yeah. Ferguson been on the team since 1992, and this is probably the first time she's played on her home soil in Toronto here with the national team. I'm sure she's excited to have her friends and family in the stands watching this tournament.
Estrada. Bit of a mismatch with Melanie Houghton, quite a bit shorter and a class or 2 down.
Definitely not what Canada wants to see on defense. They want to try and keep their bigger, taller players on Estrada when they can, but Mexico did a good job there, causing them to switch.
But a great back pick by Melanie Houghton. And
nice little low seal there by Maud Jock to block the defense, and Erin Young gets a great baseline post-up shot.
Melanie Houghton has no problem on the speed side with Estrada. Can't match up on the size, but
it's a great trade-off for Canada when a player class 1 like Melanie Houghton can stop a class 4-5 like Estrada.
Under 2 minutes to go now in the opening quarter. Team Canada 19-4 lead over Mexico. Doesn't really feel like that big of a spread.
No, Mexico with 8 turnovers, though. That'll be a bit of a problem. They're going to want to cut down on that. And the Mexican team is only shooting 18% from the field, and Canada's managed to shoot a fairly good 50% percentage from the field. So that's the difference in the game right now.
Canadian offense has been good, but the Canadian defense has probably been better. You see Cindy Ouellette, you see Jamie Jules. That led to a basket.
One of the things you can see in the defense is the constant communication. The team's always talking about where that number 1 threat is and who's rotating off onto her.
When that shot clock's running down, the ball's going to go to 7. Be ready, and when that shot clock's winding down, the ball's going to go to 7. You have to jump. So reposition to anticipate. Okay?
It was last year in this very building that Team Canada pulled off a come-from-behind win to take the gold medal at the World Championships. So, of course, Tracy Ferguson won gold there, but besides that,
That's right. My memory is short these days.
But you're right in the sense that there are very few opportunities for Canadian athletes in almost any sport, Parapan or Pan Am Games, where you really get the great focus of the media and the public. And I'm sure it's like that in some other countries too, but some countries seem to get a lot of those events, and it's rare that you get that.
Certainly, and it's always great to play at home. Now we can see many of the parents of this Canadian squad in the stands cheering on their daughters, so great opportunity.
Claudia De La Torre, who played the entire game for Mexico the other day. Isabel Lopez, Flor Estrada underneath for Vasquez. Rims out, and here comes a race, and Mo Jacques will track it down. And hits just like that.
This is one of the things Coach Michael Broughton was pointing out during that last break. They want the girls to leak out early and look for a few more of those fast break opportunities.
Foul call here against Erin Young. Didn't quite have chair position on Estrada.
Canada's foul number 6, Erin Young. Her second, these first.
So now both of Canada's, the 2 bigs they've brought in are on 2 fouls. Erica Gavel's on the bench, ready to come in when needed. Nice steal by Canada, Rosalie Lalonde. And she was fouled.
Goes against number 9, Lucia Vasquez from Mexico. Canada will get a full 24-second shot clock.
Tracy Ferguson inbound. She's been playing some pro wheelchair basketball over in Germany with the Dolphins in Trier, right?
Yes, yeah. That was a 3-point attempt there by Erin Young. Good-looking shot, really nice play. Unfortunately, unable to complete it there, though.
Well, Mexico is going to give it right back to Canada. Mojak slings it across. Erin Young battling for it. Coming up with it is Lalonde. And the foul call.
It's a 3-second call. It's a lot of contact under there. It's interesting, some of the tic-tac fouls that are being called, and then Erin just gets whacked in the back of the head, and it's a bit of a no call. So I'm sure the Canadians are going to get frustrated, but hopefully they can keep their focus and maintain their intensity.
Rosalie Lalonde. Erin Young plays for the Edmonton Inferno. Baseline, back up top for Houghton. Young, yep. Estrada for Lopez, being guarded by Erin Young. Looks like the Canadians are getting set to bring their starters back in. Shot clock winding down, 2 seconds. Lopez puts it up and misses. Lalonde. Nice little swing across to Jacques.
Great pick and roll there by Rosalie Lalonde and Mojak. Oh, unfortunately, unable to finish the layup.
Melanie Houghton went down and got some help from her teammate quickly to get back up. And now in come the substitutions for Canada. Harnick, Jules, Ouellette, McLaughlin. Over the boards they come.
Number 7, Cindy Ouellette. Number 10, Katie Harnick. Number 13, Jamie Jules.
Staying in the game is Rosalie Lalonde. Lalonde hits.
Nice little give and go. Rosalie Lalonde passed out to the wing to Janet McLaughlin, and then just slashed down the middle for an easy bucket from in the key.
She's got 5. Here comes Estrada, and Ouellette just burning rubber to get back and get in front of her. Estrada hits anyway.
Good hustle by Cindy Ouellette getting back on defense there, but the height of Estrada is just a little too much.
Ouellette goes down, back up she goes. Harnick buys some time, gives to Ouellette. She slashes in, off the glass, and a beautiful play by Cindy Ouellette.
Great focus and intensity by Cindy Ouellette. Get knocked down there at center. Quickly gets back up, gets back in the play. And slashes through that open lane and completes the layup.
Flor Estrada underneath for Hernandez. She'll get her own rebound. Still can't hit. Another rebound. And finally, third attempt, Maria Hernandez.
Mexicans with a bit of a height advantage over this lineup that Canada has in now, so they're going to have to keep them outside the paint in order to be successful defensively.
Wow! Great pass, and then an even better shot by Katie Harnick, who makes it look like it's simple.
What a sensational play by Katie Harnick.
Now McLaughlin alone underneath. Just like that, the Canadians are rolling along.
Canada really controlling the tempo of this game now, sending the message to the Mexican squad.
Vasquez tracks down the long pass, and that gives Mexico an entire 24 seconds to work here in the offensive zone. Vasquez, the veteran, underneath for Estrada. The pass way too high.
Chairs are just locked up. Sometimes that fifth wheel gets caught in the spokes, and that's what's happening here. The Mexican players probably have to remove one of the wheels in order to unlock that.
Now you'd think that it's McLaughlin and Estrada who are locked up, but they're not.
It's unfortunate when you get hung up on your own player, your own teammate. Great steal by Canadians, and Katie Harnock getting it inside, seeing Janet McLaughlin underneath, and Janet McLaughlin finishes strong. You can see the Canadian girls now, Jamie Jules and Janet McLaughlin. They're back-picking Flora Estrada. They want to keep her out of the defense. So Canada will go on the attack and try and keep Estrada out as long as possible, and then attack 5-on-4.
18-year-old Rosalie Lalonde. Hard long pass for Harnock out of her range.
Canada still with this full court pressure, right up on Mexico, stopping their chairs.
Mexico in trouble here and can't get out in 8 seconds.
They did have a player across center there, but Janet McLaughlin was fronting her, so with her height, just in front of the Mexican player, extremely difficult pass to try and get it over top and avoid the 8-second call.
Cindy Wallet, Jamie Jules, Wallet, quick pass underneath, and look at that. Janet McLaughlin spins and fires.
You can really see how McLaughlin uses her hips and her trunk to spin her chair around to get position to be able to get that shot off. Really athletic move.
And again, Mexico running into all kinds of trouble. Couldn't get the ball to pass in quick enough.
So you have 5 seconds to pass the ball in once the referee hands it to you. And Mexico just didn't have anybody to pass it to inside the court.
So with 4:42 to go in the second quarter, Team Canada leads 33-8 over Mexico. Another one of those players who's been applying her trade in Germany and really loving it, I think.
And she's really enjoying living in Germany and playing over there. It's a great training environment, lots of good quality competition, excellent league. Darda Sales in the game for the first time for Canada.
Some height, some athleticism, a 3-time Paralympian in swimming.
Darda's done a great job adjusting to being involved in a team sport. When you go from an individual sport to a team sport, sometimes it's tough, and she's been an excellent addition to the Canadian squad.
Wow, great pass from Jules, finds McLaughlin, who reaches over everyone and then finishes the play.
Mexico's made a few adjustments to their press break. Looks like they're being more successful now getting the ball across center.
Erica Hernandez being guarded by Jamie Jules. Flor Estrada, 5 on the shot clock. She's from long range, underneath, and batted away by McLaughlin.
I think there's a shot clock violation, or 1 second left on the shot clock for Mexico to get a shot off.
Hernandez, and Hernandez, there's 2 of them. They tried the old Hernandez play. Here comes Ouellette the other way. Spins. McLaughlin fights off the defender. Houghton. Ouellette. Still time. Baseline up, short. And Estrada rebounds.
Canada doing a great job in transition with their defense, stopping that #1 threat.
Erica Hernandez. Up. Off the mark. Ouellette. Thinking about sending it ahead for Janet McLaughlin. Instead goes to Jules, and she is money.
Great cross by Jamie Jules, coming from one side of the court to the other, crossing out the Mexican defender and creating an opportunity for herself to get a wide open layup.
And a steal again for McLaughlin in Canada. And Ouellette will get a chance at the 3-point play. The ever-present headband for Cindy Ouellette.
Canada's doing a great job moving the ball quickly, playing very instinctual. They're just going with it, with what they know, and it really shows. The speed and the quality of the play they're displaying right now. Cindy Ouellette finishes off the 3-point play.
Coaches Johnson and Broughton have to be very happy with the way their team is executing. Darna Sales with some solid defense. And another 8-second call against Mexico. Does that count as a turnover?
Yes, yeah, so that'll show up in the stats, and I'm sure Mexico's not going to be happy with the number of turnovers. They've already collected 17 with 2 minutes left in the first half.
Darna Sales drops it off for Ouellette. Dozen seconds on the shot clock, feeds to Jules underneath. It hits again.
Jamie Jules, class 1 with no fear, slashing inside and going up against the bigger Mexican players, able to finish that shot and get to the line for a 3-point play.
There's no fear in the folks from Duncan, Nova Scotia. I'm not quite sure of that.
Definitely not in their repertoire.
And she's a new mother in the last couple of years, too. That makes you stronger, I think, in some cases.
Definitely.
Crowd goes deathly quiet. McLaughlin takes the pass from Sales. And Janet McLaughlin is starting to get them to drop in. 10 for her, leading all in the game. Lopez gives it away, and the Canadians steal it back.
Great pick by Darna Sales on the offside there to allow Janet to slash into the key. McLaughlin able to draw a foul and get to the line for 2.
Darna Sales, another young mother on the Canadian side. I mentioned 3-time Paralympian. And Canadians just continue to pour them in.
Janet McLaughlin with 11 points now.
Lopez for Mexico. Final 95 seconds of the first half. Flora Estrada gets away from McLaughlin, but Jenna McLaughlin with the rebound.
Janet McLaughlin looking for the referee to blow down the play, then Darda Sales was right beside her. She went down. It's definitely a safety issue.
And that discussion continues.
Substitution for Canada, on court number 14,
Erica Gavel coming into the lineup. Janet McLaughlin going to take a rest. That was already planned before that all happened.
Janet leaving the game now with 13 points, 2 rebounds and 3 assists.
And Darda Sales hits. Hits times 2, 49-8 for Canada. Just over a minute to go in the opening half. Estrada's going to get a break. Gets in front of Sales and sinks one.
That was a great pick in the backcourt by Claudia Della Torre to allow Estrada to break free and get out of the defense and hit that layup.
And Jules upset with herself missing that layup.
A little bit off balance going in there at high speed.
Ramirez. And then Della Torre. And then a giveaway by Mexico. Canadians showing their depth with just 2 of their starters in the lineup right now. Ouellette, Jules, Houghton. And she'll go to the line, shoot a pair.
It's a tough catch by Melanie Houghton. She's a class 1. They don't have that rotation to turn and catch that ball. Catching it over her shoulder and being able to get a shot off there and get to the line, it's an excellent play.
5th foul for Mexico. Melanie Houghton, good on number 2. Mexico just beats the 8 seconds there. Lopez, and over and back. Again, all caused by great plays defense by Canada.
Once the ball crosses into the front court, it cannot go back to the back court with the same team's possession. Unfortunately, it's a turnover for Mexico.
So much of it is about positioning, but so much of that positioning, Arnie, is about physical conditioning, isn't it?
Definitely strength, power, and agility in that first push.
Darda Sales wasn't giving up that ball for anything, and Canada's going to keep it. They had the possession arrow, the jump ball.
Sure, headlock constitute as a junk ball, but
wow.
I'm sure they'll be reviewing that in the control room later. Canada gets the ball with 2 seconds on the clock.
Ouellette comes up a bit short, but Team Canada with a very impressive opening first half. Feisty effort by both teams, but it's a 40-point lead for Canada, 50-10 halfway through.
At the end of the second quarter, the score is Mexico 50.
started off with Team Canada scoring early and often, and a couple of great plays by Harnick and Ferguson. Tracy Ferguson finishing off a pretty passing play with Houghton and McLaughlin, and then Janet McLaughlin did it herself for a bit. She would wind up with 13 in the opening half. Mexico certainly battling hard in this one, led by Flor Estrada, feisty player, offensively and defensively. And there's the defensive side of things. A little rougher than you might expect. But Team Canada better by 40 points, 50-10 at halftime. Women's wheelchair basketball at the old Maple Leaf Gardens, the new Ryerson Athletic Center. Team Canada in red, Team Mexico in white. Canadians with a 50-10 lead as we get started here in the second half. A different look for the Canadians here in the second half. Mo DeJacque is out with Melanie Houghton, Erin Young, Elaine Allard, and Erica Gavel. Flor Estrada inbounds, but it went off of the chair of Erica Gavel. And she'll inbound again. Rob Snook alongside Marnie Abbott-Peter, three-time Paralympic gold medalist. You played against Mexico many times before. There's lots of spirit on the floor here, isn't there?
I always used to love playing against Mexico, and it seemed like I had my best games against them a lot of times, which was fun. They're a tough team. They're very feisty, and they play on emotion. It's great to see some of the younger players coming up now and being able to carry on the tradition.
Lopez and Estrada. Estrada tries a long three-pointer. Melanie Houghton races it out for Canada. Opening minute, second half. Canadians, the reigning world champions. Comfortably out front, it would seem. Erin Young. Right through the hands of a couple of players. And finally picked up by Lopez.
Canada's continuing with that pressure defense, and there's Erin Young
Big
getting
steal.
a turnover.
Jacques. Now the rebound, Young takes her time, and it goes.
Great job by the Canadians squad causing that turnover and being able to capitalize on it.
Felicita Ramirez. Guarded by Gavel. Estrada. Lopez. 2 seconds on the shot clock. Doesn't put it up in time. It's not going to count.
Too bad Isabel Lopez just didn't recognize quite where the shot clock was there.
And again, the bench has a role in that, don't they?
They definitely do, and I think the coach is telling them they need to help out their players on the floor.
Erin Young. Now Houghton from the foul line. A little too strong. Lopez.
Canada's still doing a great job rotating off onto the threats. They really want to stop Estrada and number 5, Isabel Lopez, from penetrating into that paint area.
There's Lopez. Gavel played a lot of able-bodied basketball at a very high level before she started wheelchair ball. Elaine Allard.
Canada doing a good job moving the ball around, being very patient on the offense.
And capitalizing with Mo DeJacque. Sort of a team basket there, wasn't it?
Definitely, everybody's touching the ball and they're doing a good job crossing and moving around. Here they are again, rotating off, trying to stop the threats from Mexico.
Mexico started this game with so much energy. We thought they might come out here in the second half with similar. Hasn't quite materialized yet.
It's a foul on Mo DeJacque. That's her first.
Isabel Lopez. Erin Young guarding her. Estrada, 2 on the shot clock. Underneath it goes. That would have counted, but it didn't drop for Felicita Ramirez.
Great pass. Estrada recognized that she's double teamed, knowing that one of her players must be open. Found the open player, but unfortunately they were unable to capitalize there.
Hélène Allard played the entire opening game for Canada. Didn't play at all in the first half. And here she is with Maud Jacques. And Jacques has it stripped away by Ramirez. And Gavel, though, had a chance to collect it back. Nobody wants it. And finally, it's Jacques, and it's Young, and it's too strong off the glass.
Mexico's got a bit of an opportunity here. They've got an advantage if they attack quickly. Canada doing a good job of recovering, though.
Ramirez. And then Young goes down in the paint. Timeout call, 54-10. Canada leads Mexico here in the opening stages of the second half.
Looks like Mexico's trying to emphasize that high post offense, so they want Estrada in that high post, looking to get double teamed and then try and find the open player slashing to the basket.
And why not? It worked on the last play. Two teams will get the day off tomorrow before resuming their schedule the day after. Canada's final game of the pool play will be against Brazil. And Mexico's final game of pool play will be against Guatemala.
Jump ball there. Canada maintains possession as they had the arrow in their favor. 15 seconds on the shot clock for Canada.
Erin Young from three-point land. Melanie Houghton rebounds for Erica Gavel. Inside for Young, and she's fouled.
Called for 3 seconds there, actually.
Yeah, you're right.
A little bit too long in the key. Erica Gavel may have just wanted to shoot that and reset the shot clock.
Felicita Ramirez to Flor Estrada. One of the Mexican players down, and the referee standing nearby didn't have the call, but the one on the other side did. That happens. Felicita Ramirez, 35-year-old veteran of the Mexican team. It's a 44-point lead for Canada. Referees have certainly backed off on their foul calls, or the players have backed off on getting the fouls. We haven't seen as many here early in the second half.
Mexico still battling hard and looking to try and get some scores here, maybe close that gap a little in the second half.
Shot clock running out. This time Lopez gets it up in time, but it's off the mark. She gets it back again. Estrada underneath, and she is fouled by Maud Jacques.
I think they're calling that foul on the rebound, so they won't count the basket. No, he is counting the basket, actually. So Estrada will get one shot from the line here for the three-point play.
And make it. So only a 4-3 spread if you're Mexico, saying using that as a motivational tool here in the second half. Canada over Mexico. Erica Gavel. Aaron Young. Mo Jacques. Hélène Allard, and another team basket for Canada, finished off by Allard.
That's a great pick and roll by Allard and Jacques. They played together on the Quebec provincial team. And certainly they've done that play a few times in their careers, but really nice to see them execute it well here and finish strong. Mo Jacques with the steal now.
And Jacques down the floor she goes, all by herself. Actually, she'll get some help from Young if she needs it. Doesn't need it. Mexican player down on the play, behind the play. And again, it's Felicita Ramirez. Really no contact there. She just turned and
lost her balance. Sometimes that happens. A little surfing on that back wheel and you just spin out. Great finish by Mo Jacques on the layup.
Timeout call. 58-13. Team Canada leads. Solid showing here, though, in the second half for Mexico as Coach Aaron Davila continues to draw up the game plan. Strong from the line. Points from turnover big, aren't they, Marnie?
Certainly are, yeah, but I think their own turnovers, they might want to look to cut that down a little bit. So probably unforced turnovers, just bad passes. Mexico with 22 turnovers, obviously they're going to want to cut that down, and speaks well to the Canadian defense, really forcing those turnovers. A lot of those were 8-second calls with that Canadian full court press, shutting them down.
Darvis Sales and Rosalie Lalonde back in the game for Canada. Lopez underneath for Estrada. Lalonde takes the outlet from Young. Melanie Houghton just blazing in there. Lalonde, a couple attempts, and there she goes. Puts it in. 7 points for Rosalie Lalonde.
Canada's coming back to the three-point line now to start their defense. Still really focusing on the threats of Mexico, number 7, Estrada, number 5, Lopez.
Ramirez, now Estrada. 6-5 on the shot clock underneath. Ramirez. Lopez finally finishes on a good play. Good second effort by Mexico on a broken play.
They got the mismatch they wanted under there. Lopez with a slight height mismatch, able to finish and get that bucket for Mexico.
Houghton.
She's a little too strong on that layup. Melanie Houghton, she's improved so much as a player over the last year or two. Really, her chair skills are phenomenal. Now just needs to add the shooting piece to her game.
Underneath for Estrada. Gavel on her, but not enough. And Darvis Sales goes down. She'll fight her way back to her wheels. All 6 of them.
sure what happened there. She just clipped a Mexican player and got knocked over.
Nice little pick by Lalonde to free up Sales. Gavel. Allard rolling back, now will roll in. And Gavel comes up short.
Tough shot rolling backwards there. Erica Gavel a little bit off balance.
Lopez. Rosa Vera. Flor Estrada from long range. Rebounded by Lopez. Now Estrada with a clearer path. And cutting it down in a hurry was Sales.
Great defensive rotation by Darda Sales there, and she got in front, got good chair position, caused that travel by Estrada.
Canadian lead is 43 points. Rosalie Lalonde plays well above her 18 years. Slings a pass across for Erica Gavel. And that's short.
Darda Sales just in the key a little bit too long there, trying to set that screen for Erica Gavel.
Confusion here. We've got a substitution for Mexico. Into the game comes Maria Rodriguez. And out goes Claudia De La Torre. Late stages, third quarter. At the Ryerson Athletic Center, the home of wheelchair basketball. Canadian team in red leading 60-17 over the Mexican team in white and green. 60-19 make it.
Good focus by Isabel Lopez there, able to get that screen shot and hit the nice little 12-footer from the opposite side.
Lalonde underneath for Allard. Lalonde, yep.
Tough shot there by Rosalie Lalonde, deep on the baseline, a tough angle under there. Nails the shot, and Canada's back at the three-point line to start their defense.
And a giveaway by Anaisa Perez. Lalonde took the pass from Gavel. Houghton underneath for Sales.
Sales in the key, 3 seconds, according to the referee.
She didn't agree with the call. I don't know very many players who do when they get called in any sport. Mo Jock is coming into the game. Erica Gavel coming out. So the Canadians playing under classification a little bit here. Mo Jock a 2.5-pointer and Erica Gavel a 4.5-pointer. Remember, you're allowed 14 points on the floor based on disability level. The more disability, the lower the point. Estrada underneath. And we've got a player down, and so no foul, just help her get back up again. And Maria Rodriguez after that shot attempt. Remember, she's the youngest player on the Mexican team, only 18.
She's done a really great job tonight, picking and sealing and really trying to help her big, tall center and forward players get closer to the basket.
Ojak, Rosalie Lalonde. And now Lopez racing back the other way, but the Canadians will meet her at the pass. Good defense by Jacques. In to help out comes Lalonde. And dropped in by Rosa Vera, the 50-year-old elder stateswoman on the Mexican team. And that'll do it for the, 1.1 seconds left in the third quarter. And a traveling call here on Mexico.
I think they called a foul there, actually. Yeah. Not exactly sure who it was on, but the Korean official indicating a foul to the bench.
And that'll do it for the third quarter. 62-21, Team Canada leads Mexico after 30 minutes. Better third quarter for Mexico, that's for sure. 12-11 the spread for Canada in the quarter, but they lead 62-21. Nysa Perez will inbound for Mexico to Estrada, who's being guarded by a couple of Canadians who are a foot or so shorter. Estrada into the paint, into the hoop. And she'll get a chance at a three-point play.
Fouls on number 8, Rosalie Lalonde. Not sure exactly what the problem was with that defensive play. It's her first personal.
Jamie Jules back in the game for Canada. Sales. Lalonde. Jacques open. Off the mark, and it'll stay Canada ball.
Great play by Canada there. Back picking and crossing, using that to create a player advantage there. And just a little 3-on-2 gave Mo Jacques a nice open shot from the middle.
Allard, Jules. Slings it to Darda Sales, just out of her reach. Jacques hustles after it, 4 on the shot clock and 3. And the old hook shot, and is off the mark from Rosalie Lalonde.
Mexico's really looking to try to back pick and create an opportunity for them to get a good offensive play here.
Perez, and a nice steal by Lalonde, and she will feed it ahead for Jules. Jamie Jules, but just couldn't track it down.
Good hustle by Jamie Jules. Unfortunately, just needed one more push to get to that ball.
(62-23), Canadians leading early in the fourth quarter. Canada looking to improve to 2-0.
Elena Lard with a big mismatch down there. Both height and classification, Estrada is able to capitalize on that. Mexico did a good job there of picking and allowing for that mismatch to take place in the low block.
Allard. Jules off her chair. A 4-0 run here for Mexico to start the fourth quarter. And Isa Perez. Rosa Vera. Underneath for Isabel Lopez. Up and in. 6-0 spread for Mexico here, at least a run.
Isabel Lopez doing a good job setting a pick there and creating that mismatch, being able to get that shot off. Canada's going to look for a little bit more ball movement on offense. We've got a little stagnant in the last couple of plays down.
And again, ball off Canada and out. And here come the substitutions for Mexico. Into the game comes Rosia Torres and Claudia De La Torre. Canadians look like they're getting ready for substitutions as well. Torres, Lopez. Puts it up and in. And it's an 8-0 run for Mexico to start the fourth quarter. Rosalie Lalonde calling for some help, cuts in.
It's a foul on number 5, Isabel Lopez. That'll be her third personal.
Jacques underneath for Sales, and Canada's first basket of the fourth quarter.
Great quick entry pass there by Maud Jacques, and Darda Sales does a great job getting a good shot off.
For Estrada. Lopez. Estrada, again using her height mismatch underneath.
So this is where they don't get the recognition, but Maria Rodriguez, number 10 there, really created that opportunity for Estrada. Really working hard to pick and seal and allow Estrada to get by and create that mismatch.
Allard for Canada. 66-31 is the lead.
Canada's done a great job here to regroup and find their intensity again.
Torres takes it down to the baseline, spins back up. Underneath for Estrada, but this time Darda Sales gets in front of it. Great defense by Allard. Lalonde fighting for it, but Lopez gets it back for Mexico. And a new shot clock. Estrada off the glass and in. 33 points now for Mexico.
Tough matchup for Canada in that low block with Elena Allard trying to guard Estrada.
Jamie Jules. Yep.
Great recognition there by Jamie Jules, looking around for the open player and then realizing it was her and nailing the shot. Canada's back to the three-point line now here to pick up their defense.
Foul call here.
Smart foul by Jamie Jules, recognizing she had a mismatch there with Lopez, taking the foul early and not sending Lopez to the line.
Canadians still have a couple of fouls to give. Into the game for Mexico, Erica Hernandez. She'll take the pass. Hernandez up and in. So far in the fourth quarter, Mexico outscoring Canada 14-6.
I think recognizing Canada's playing with a less than 14-point lineup, and that's what's creating a lot of those mismatches out there and allowing the Mexican players to get some buckets.
But Mo Jock comes right back down for the Canadians.
Mo Jock with 8 points tonight, doing a great job offensively off the bench.
Torres turns the corner on Jules. Bit of a mismatch there too in classifications.
Certainly, and Jamie's got that look. I'm gonna need a little bit of help from my teammates on her face there, I think. So just a little bit more communication, I think, will alleviate that problem.
Jules for Jacques. For Sales. And she'll shoot two.
Nice quick entry pass by Mo Jock there. See Darda Sales in the middle, and Darda goes to the line for two.
Timeout being called here. 4:01 to play, fourth quarter. Team Canada well out front in the game, but Mexico well out front in the fourth quarter in scoring 16-8. Certainly showing that they want to be considered a contender here at the Parapan American Games.
Definitely, they're going to be in tough to qualify. Canada and the U.S. are quite strong. We know Brazil is going to automatically be in, so Mexico, it's going to be difficult for them to be in that top qualifying group.
Estrada has 21 points in the game, leading her side, in fact, leading all scorers in the game. To be fair to Janet McLaughlin, she has played 16 more minutes than Janet.
Flora's done a good job shooting 10 for 14 from the field.
Darda Sales is going to shoot two for Canada. From London, Ontario, a few hours down the highway. Forest City, a little off the mark on her first attempt. Canadians keeping that lineup in for now, but it looks like they've got the veterans, three of their veterans ready to come in. And here they come, Tracy Ferguson, Cindy Wallet, and Katie Harnick.
Substitution for Canada, coming on the court, number 7, Cindy.
This is an interesting lineup for Canada. All the midpoint players, pretty much all of them are the exact same size, which will be an advantage for Mexico, although Flora Estrada is just subbing out on the Mexican side as well. So
after a 21-point game, gets a bit of a rousing hand from the Mexican fans and a few of the Canadian fans. Hernandez, watched by Wallet. Underneath, it gets Tracy Ferguson right on the noggin.
that's using your head on defense. So it'll be Mexico's ball with 5 seconds on the shot clock.
Hernandez, Erica Hernandez. Inbounds for Maria Hernandez. And misses. Cindy Wallet. Mojak. Katie Harnick gets her own rebound. Count it.
And those long arms really come in handy underneath the basket there. And Katie with a little pump fake finishes off her put back there. Canada's extended their defense up to the half court. They want to try and keep the bigger Mexican players away from the paint.
Erica Hernandez, Rosia Torres, batted away by Wallet, but right into the waiting hands of Mexicans Calderon, and a steal by Canada. Tracy Ferguson will roll right into it.
Great recognition by Rosalie Lalonde there that Ferguson had a speed advantage over the defender and just passed it ahead, and Ferguson caught up to it and finished the layup.
Under 2.5 to go, fourth quarter. Rosia Torres. Path to the basket shut down by the Canadian defenders. Torres to the baseline, will shoot from there, and short. Harnick.
Canada has an advantage here. The two players on the Mexican team are out. Oh, they're recovering back now.
Lalonde with time, misses the shot. She's kind of hard on herself, Rosalie Lalonde.
She does beat herself up a little bit when she makes a mistake, but she does a good job of refocusing and getting in on the defense.
There's her emotions on her face, no doubt about it. Inside of 2 minutes to play. Mexico, feisty as ever, Hernandez. One arm shot up and close. Harnick slings it ahead for Jacques. Does well to come up with it. Quick ahead for Wallet. All day long, Cindy Wallet.
Great transition. Canada still playing with intensity and have that quick turnaround from defense to offense, allowing them to get some fast breaks here late in the game.
Torres, Hernandez. Basket for Canada, if they score here, will tie things up in the fourth quarter. And that time the circus shot doesn't work, but the more conservative one does from Ferguson. And the fourth quarter is now 16-16.
Tracy Ferguson with 12 points in the game now.
And it goes for Mexico. Inside the final 35 seconds. Canada is going to go 2-0 here in group play. And in it goes from Rosalie Lalonde. The hook shot.
Great little hook shot from Rosie Lalonde there, slashing through the key from the offside and being able to finish the reverse layup.
Mexico still fighting for every inch. Hernandez taken away by Canada. Last attempt here maybe from Jacques. And she'll hold off. And Team Canada powers away to an 80-39 win over Mexico. They're now 2-0 to start the wheelchair basketball tournament here at the Parapan American Games in Toronto. Bill Johnson and Michael Broughton have to be happy with their team's effort. An impressive 80-39 win over Mexico. The Canadians 2-0. The Mexicans 0-2. Canadians more efficient field goal percentage, more efficient at the free throw line, more rebounds, more points from turnovers. But you said the one number they might not be thrilled with is the 15 turnovers on the Canadian side.
Yeah, they're going to look to want to cut that down. Most of those were unforced turnovers, bad passes. They're really going to want to not have any of those unforced errors playing against some of the tougher teams.
Estrada with 21 points to lead Mexico. They now drop to 0-2 in the tournament. Canada and Brazil will face each other on Tuesday to wrap up the group play. Both unbeaten. And this is pretty much sums it up today. Canadian team getting scoring from all corners. Mexico playing hard and feisty. We saw lots of that. A fair bit of that. And more of this than anything else. Canadians scoring hoops on their way to an 80-39 win.